see. It's not supposed to.
Reading from Sri Caitanya Caritamrita Anthya lila, Chapter 8, Rāmacandra Purī criticizes the Lord. The following summary of the 8th chapter is given by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur in his Amrita Pravaha Bhashya. This chapter describes the history of the Lord's dealings with Rāmacandra Purī. Although Rāmacandra Purī was one of the disciples of Madhavendra Purī, he was influenced by dry Mayavadis, and therefore he criticized Madhavendra Purī. Therefore, Madhavendra Purī accused him of being an offender and rejected him. Because Rāmacandra Purī had been rejected by his spiritual master, he became concerned only with finding faults in others and advising them according to dry Mayavada philosophy. For this reason, he was not very respectful to Vaishnavas, and later he became so fallen that he began criticizing Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for his eating. Hearing his criticisms, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu reduced his eating, but after Rāmacandra Purī left Jagannath Puri, the Lord resumed his usual behavior. Text 1. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who reduced his eating due to the fear of criticism of Rāmacandra Purī. Text 2. All glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the incarnation of the ocean of mercy. His lotus feet are worshipped by demigods, like Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva. All glories to Nityananda Prabhu, the greatest of mendicants, who bound the entire world with a knot of ecstatic love for God. Text 4. All glories to Advaita Prabhu, the incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He induced Krishna to descend and thus delivered the entire world. Text 5. All glories to all the devotees headed by Shiva's Thakur. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is their life and soul. Text 6. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at Jagannath Puri performed his various pastimes with his devotees in the waves of love for Krishna. Text 7. Then a sannyasi named Rāmacandra Puri Gosvāmī came to see Paramananda Puri and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 8. Paramananda Puri offered respects at the feet of Rāmacandra Puri, and Rāmacandra Puri strongly embraced him. Purport. Because Rāmacandra Puri was a disciple of Madhavendra Puri, both Paramananda Puri and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu offered him respectful obeisances. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur comments that although Rāmacandra Puri was naturally very envious, and although he was against the principles of Vaishnavism, or in other words, against the principles of Supreme Personality of Godhead and his devotees, common people nevertheless addressed him as Gosvāmī or Goswāmī, because he was superficially in the renounced order and dressed like a sannyasi. In the modern age, the title Goswāmī is used by a caste of Grihasthas, but formerly it was not. Rupa Goswāmī and Sanatana Goswāmī, for example, were called Goswāmī because they were in the renounced order. Similarly, because Paramananda Puri was a sannyasi, he was called Puri Goswāmī. By careful scrutiny, therefore, one will find that Goswāmī is not the title for a certain caste. Rather, it's properly the title for a person in the renounced order. Text 9. They wanted it like this for the Zoom call and to the YouTube. Otherwise, they can't hear is what Mata. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu offered obeisances unto Rāmacandra Purī, who then embraced him and thus remembered Krishna. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu offered obeisances to Rāmacandra Purī in consideration of his being a disciple of Srila Madhavendra Puri, the spiritual master of his own spiritual master, Ishwara Puri. When a Vaishnava sannyasi meets another Vaishnava sannyasi, they both remember Krishna. Even Mayavadi sannyasis generally remember Narayana, who is also Krishna, by saying Om Namo Bhagavate Narayanaya or Namo Narayanaya. Thus, it is the duty of a sannyasi to remember Krishna. According to Smriti Shastra, a sannyasi does not offer obeisances or blessings to anyone. It is said sannyasi nirashar nirnamashkriya. A sannyasi should not offer anyone blessings or obeisances. Text 10. The three of them talked about Krishna for some time, and then Jagadānanda came and extended an invitation to Rāmacandra Puri. Text 11. A large quantity of remnants of food from Lord Jagannath was brought in for distribution. Rāmacandra Puri.
Prabhu, this we cannot hear.
Oh,
I don't know why.
is it on? That explains it. I didn't. Priyachana set it up and I just came and. Is it okay?
Prabhu, you have to read into the mic, not in here.
So
You put
Priyachana, I don't know what Priyachana gave me instruction that this has to be here and the mic has to point to that so that people on this one can hear.
Well, that is true, but
Yeah.
unless you speak into the mic, how it will go into the mic, Prabhu?
I don't know.
If you put
I'm
the
just-
mic on here,
So she said this has to be pointed like this. And
yeah,
then
this has to go
when
here.
she read, she said it was like this. So
Then
then-
somebody didn't tell her the right thing. Yeah,
and this was
because
also there.
No, this is the mic for
Okay.
the online. This is the mic for in here in person. So you speak in here.
Is it better, Haribo? Can you hear me?
No. Mic is on.
Mic is on.
Now it is on.
No, even now you cannot hear me. So that means yeah. No, there is no login needed. Just there is a button in the back. No, Mataji told me, but I thought it is just because the mic is like this. Oh, somebody is saying
Oh,
something.
perfect. See?
Yeah.
I can hear you now.
Hare Krishna. Acha, okay. Yeah. I can hear myself also now. Text 11. A large quantity of remnants of food from Lord Jagannath was brought in for distribution. Rāmacandra Puri ate sumptuously, and then he wanted to find faults in Jagadānanda Pandit. Text 12. After finishing the meal, Rāmacandra Puri requested, "My dear Jagadānanda, please listen. You eat the food that is left." Text 13. With great eagerness, Rāmacandra Puri seated Jagadānanda Pandit and personally served him prasadam. Text 14. Encouraging him again and again, Rāmacandra Puri fed him sumptuously, but when Jagadānanda had washed his hands and mouth, Rāmacandra Puri began criticizing him. Text 15. I've heard, he said, that the followers of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu eat more than necessary. Now I have directly seen that this is true. Text 16. Feeding a sannyasi too much breaks his regulative principles. For when a sannyasi eats too much, his renunciation is destroyed. Text 17. The characteristic of Ramacandra Puri was that first he would induce someone to eat more than necessary, and then he would criticize him. Text 18. Formerly, when Madhavendra Puri was at the last stage of his life, Ramacandra Puri came to where he was staying. Text 19. Madhavendra Puri was chanting the holy name of Krishna, and sometimes he would cry, "Oh my Lord, I did not get shelter at Mathura." Text 20. Then Ramachandra Puri was so foolish that he fearlessly dared to instruct his spiritual master. Text 21. If you are in full transcendental bliss, he said, you should now remember only Brahman. Why are you crying? Purport. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, Brahmabhuta Prasannatma, a Brahman a realized person, is always happy. Na shochati na kankshati. He neither laments nor aspires for anything. Not knowing why Madhavendra Puri was crying, Ramachandra Puri tried to become his advisor. Thus he committed a great offense, for a disciple should never try to instruct his spiritual master. Text 22. Hearing this instruction, Madhavendra Puri, greatly angry, rebuked him by saying, "Get out, you sinful rascal." Purport. Ramachandra Puri could not understand that his spiritual master, Madhavendra Puri, was feeling transcendental separation. His lamentation was not material. Rather, it proceeded from the highest stage of ecstatic love of Krishna. When he was crying in separation, I could not achieve Krishna, I could not reach Mathura. This was not ordinary material lamentation. Ramachandra Puri was not sufficiently expert to understand the feelings of Madhavendra Puri, but nevertheless he thought himself very advanced. Therefore, regarding Madhavendra Puri's expression as ordinary material lamentation, he advised him to remember Brahman because he was latently an impersonalist. Madhavendra Puri understood Ramachandra Puri's position as a great fool and therefore immediately rebuked him. Such a reprimand from the spiritual master is certainly for the betterment of the disciple. Text 23. O my Lord Krishna, I could not reach you, nor could I reach your abode, Mathura. I am dying in my unhappiness, and now this rascal has come to give me more pain. Text 24. Don't show your face to me. Go anywhere else you like. If I die seeing your face, I shall not achieve the destination of my life. Text 25. I am dying without achieving the shelter of Krishna, and therefore I am greatly unhappy. Now this condemned foolish rascal has come to instruct me about Brahman. Text 26. Ramachandra Puri was thus denounced by Madhavendra Puri. Due to his offense, gradually material desire appeared within him. Purport. The word vasana, material desires, refers to dry speculative knowledge. Such speculative knowledge is only material, as confirmed in Srimad Bhagavatam 10:14:4. A person without devotional service who simply wants to know things, kevala bodha labdhye, gains only dry speculative knowledge, but no spiritual profit. This is confirmed in Bhakti Sandarbha, wherein it is said, Jivan Mukta Api Punar Yanti Samsara Vasanam Yadyachintya Mahashaktau Bhagvatya Paradinaha. Even though one is liberated in this life, if one offends the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he falls down in the midst of material desires, of which dry speculation about spiritual realization is one. In his Laghu Toshani commentary on Srimad Bhagavatam 10:32, Jiva Gosvāmī says, Jivan Mukta Api Punar Bandhanam Yanti Karma Vihi Yadya Chintya Mahashakto Bhagvatya Aparadhinaha. Even if one is liberated in this life, he becomes addicted to material desires because of offenses to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. A similar quotation from one of the Puranas also appears in the Vishnu Bhakti Chandrodaya. Jivan mukta prapadyante kvachit samsara vasanam yogino na vipalyante karmabhir bhagavat paraha. Even liberated souls sometimes fall down to material desires, but those who fully engage in devotional service to spirit are not affected by such desires. These are references from authoritatively revealed scriptures. If one becomes an offender to his spiritual master or the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he falls down to the material platform to merely speculate. Text 27. One who is attached to dry speculative knowledge has no relationship with Krishna. His occupation is criticizing Vaishnavas. Thus, he is situated in criticism. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta purport, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur has explained in his Anubhashya that the word nirbandha indicates that Rāmacandra Purī had a steady desire to criticize others. Impersonalist Mayavadis who have no relationship with Krishna, who cannot take to devotional service, and who simply engage in material arguments to understand Brahman, regard devotional service to Krishna as karma-kanda, or fruitive activities. According to them, devotional service to Krishna is but another means of attaining dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. Therefore, they criticize the devotees for engaging in material activities. They think that devotional service is Maya and that Krishna or Vishnu is also Maya. Therefore, they are called Mayavadis. Such a mentality awakens in a person who is an offender to Krishna and his devotees. Text 28. Ishwara Puri, the spiritual master of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, performed service to Madhavendra Puri, cleaning up his stool and urine with his own hand. Text 29. Ishwara Puri was always chanting the holy name and the pastimes of Lord Krishna for Madhavendra Puri to hear. In this way, he helped Madhavendra Puri remember the holy name and pastimes of Lord Krishna at his time of death. Text 30. Pleased with Ishwara Puri, Madhavendra Puri embraced him and gave him the benediction that he would be a great devotee and lover of Krishna. Text 31. Thus, Ishwara Puri became an ocean of great ecstatic love for Krishna, whereas Rāmacandra Puri became a dry speculator and a critic of everyone else. Text 32. Ishwara Puri received the blessing of Madhavendra Puri, whereas Rāmacandra Puri received a rebuke from him. Therefore, these two persons, Ishwara Puri and Rāmacandra Puri, are examples of the objects of a great personality's benediction and punishment. Madhavendra Puri instructed the entire world by presenting these two examples. Text 33. His Divine Grace Madhavendra Puri, the spiritual master of the entire world, thus distributed ecstatic love for Krishna. While passing away from the material world, he chanted the following verse. Text 34. O my Lord, O most merciful Master, O Master of Mathura, when shall I see you again? Because of my not seeing you, my agitated heart has become unsteady. O most beloved one, what shall I do now? Text 35. In this verse, Madhavendra Puri teaches how to achieve ecstatic love for Krishna. By feeling separation from Krishna, one becomes spiritually situated. Text 36. Madhavendra Puri sowed the seed of ecstatic love for Krishna within this material world and then departed. That seed later became a great tree in the form of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 37. I have incidentally described the passing away of Madhavendra Puri. Anyone who hears this must be considered very fortunate. Text 38. Thus, Rāmacandra Puri stayed at Jagannath Puri. As is customary for those who in the renounced order, he would sometimes stay someplace and then go away. Text 39. There was no certainty of where Ramachandra Puri would take his meal, for he would do so even uninvited. Nevertheless, he was very particular about keeping account of how others were taking their meals. Text 40. To invite Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would cost 320 kaudis, small conch shells. This would provide lunch for 3 people, including Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and sometimes Kashishwara and Govinda. Text 41. Every day the Lord would take his meal at a different place, and if someone was prepared to pay for a meal, the price was fixed at only 4 panas. Text 42. Ramachandra Puri concerned himself with gathering all sorts of information about how Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was situated, including his regulative principles, his lunch, his sleep, and his movements. Text 43. Because Ramachandra Puri was interested only in finding faults, he could not understand the transcendental qualities of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. His only concern was finding faults, but still he could not find why. Text 44. At last, he found a fault. How can a person in the renounced order eat so many sweetmeats? He said, if one eats sweets, controlling the senses is very difficult. Text 45. In this way, Ramachandra Puri blasphemed Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu before everyone, but nevertheless, he would regularly come to see the Lord every day. Text 46. When they met, the Lord would offer him respectful obeisances, considering him a god brother of his spiritual master. Ramachandra Puri's business, however, was the search for faults in the Lord. Text 47. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu knew that Ramachandra Puri was criticizing him before everyone. But whenever Ramachandra Puri came to see him, the Lord offered him respects with great attention. Text 48. One day Ramachandra Puri came in the morning to the abode of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Seeing many ants, he said something to criticize the Lord. Text 49. Last night there was sugar candy there, he said. Therefore ants are wandering about. Alas, this renounced sannyasi is attached to such sense gratification. After speaking in this way, he got up and left. Text 50. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had heard rumors about Ramachandra Puri's blasphemy. Now he directly heard his fanciful accusations. Purport. Ramachandra Puri could find no faults in the character of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, for he is situated in a transcendental position as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Ants are generally found everywhere, but when Ramachandra Puri saw ants crawling in the abode of the Lord, he took it for granted that they must have been there because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had been eating sweetmeats. He thus discovered imaginary faults in the Lord and then left. Text 51. Ants generally crawl about there and about here, there, and everywhere. But Ramachandra Puri, imagining faults, criticized Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by alleging that there had been sweetmeats in his room. Text 52. After hearing this criticism, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was doubtful and apprehensive. Therefore, he called Govinda and instructed him as follows. Text 53. From today on, it will be a rule that I shall accept only 1/4 of a pot of Lord Jagannath's prasadam and 5 gandas worth of vegetables. Text 54. If you bring any more of this, you will not see me here anymore. Text 55. Govinda relayed this message to all the devotees. When they heard it, they felt as if their heads had been struck by thunderbolts. Text 56. All the devotees condemned Ramachandra Puri, saying, this sinful man has come here and taken our lives. Text 57 and 58. That day, a Brahmana extended an invitation to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When Govinda accepted only 5 gandas worth of vegetables and 1/4 of a pot of rice, The Brahmana, in great despair, struck his head with his hand and cried, "Alas, alas!" Text 59. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ate only half of the rice and vegetables, and whatever remained was taken by Govinda. Text 60. Thus, both Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Govinda ate only half the food. Because of this, all the other devotees gave up eating. Text 61. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ordered Govinda and Vashishwara, "You may both take alms elsewhere to fill your bellies." In this way, some days passed in great unhappiness. Hearing all of this, Rāmacandra Purī went to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu offered his obeisances to Rāmacandra Purī, worshipping his feet. Then Rāmacandra Purī smiled and spoke to the Lord. Rāmacandra Purī advised, "It is not the business of a sannyasi to gratify his senses. He should fill his belly some way or other." Text 65. "I've heard that you have cut your eating in half. Indeed, I see you're skinny. Such dry renunciation is also not a religion of a sannyasi. A sannyasi eats as much as necessary to maintain his body, but he does not enjoy satisfying his senses materially. Thus, a sannyasi becomes perfect in his spiritual advancement and knowledge." Text 67 and 68. Lord Krishna said, "My dear Arjuna, one cannot perform mystic yoga if he eats more than necessary or needlessly fasts, sleeps, or dreams too much, or does not sleep enough. One should eat and enjoy his senses as much as necessary. One should properly endeavor to execute his duties, and one should regulate his sleep and wakefulness. Thus, one can become freed from the material pains by executing mystic yoga." Purport. This is a quotation from Bhagavad Gita 6:16 and 17. Text 69. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then humbly submitted, "I am just like an ignorant boy, and I am like your disciple. It is my great fortune that you are instructing me." Text 70. Hearing this, Rāmacandra Puri got up and left. He also heard from various sources that all the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu were eating half as much as usual. Text 71. That next day, Paramananda Puri and other devotees approached Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with great humility and submission. Text 72. Paramananda Puri said, "O my god brother Ramachandra Puri," Paramananda Puri said, "My god brother Ramachandra Puri is by nature a bad critic. If you give up eating because of his words, what will be the profit?" Text 73. It is the nature of Ramachandra Puri that first he lets one eat as much as desired, and if one does not eat more than necessary, with great attention, he makes him eat more. Text 74. In this way, he induces one to eat more than necessary, and then he directly criticizes him, saying, "You eat so much. How much money do you have in your treasury?" Text 75. Also, by inducing sannyasis to eat so much, you spoil their religious principles. Therefore, I can understand that you have no advancement. Text 76. It is Ramachandra Puri's business to inquire always about how others are eating and conducting their daily affairs. Text 77. The two kinds of activities rejected in the revealed scriptures constitute his daily affairs. Text 78. One should see that because of meeting the material nature and the living entity, the universe is acting uniformly. Thus, one should neither praise nor criticize the characteristics or activities of others. This verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 11 28:1 was spoken by Lord Krishna to Uddhava. Text 79. Of the two rules, Rāmacandra Purī obeys the first by abandoning praise. But although he knows that the second one is more prominent, he neglects it by criticizing others. Purport. The above mentioned verse from Srimad Bhagavatam gives two injunctions. The first, called Purva Vidhi, is the one that one should not praise, and the second one, Paravidhi, is the one should not criticize. As will be apparent from the following verse, the injunction against praise is less important than the injunction against blasphemy. One should carefully observe the Paravidhi, although one may neglect the Purva Vidhi. Thus, the actual injunction is that one may praise but should not criticize. This is called Shleshokti, or statement having two meanings. Rāmacandra Purī, however, acted in just the opposite way, for he neglected the Paravidhi but strictly observed the Purvavidhi. Since he avoided following the principle of not criticizing, Rāmacandra Purī broke the rules. Text 80. Between the former rule and the latter rule, the latter is more important. Purport. This is a verse from Nyaya literatures. Text 81. Even when there are hundreds of good qualities, a critic does not consider them. Rather, he attempts by some trick to point out a fault in those attributes. Text 82. One should not therefore follow the principles of Rāmacandra Purī. Nevertheless, I have to say something against him because he's making our hearts unhappy. Why have you given up proper eating due to criticism of Rāmacandra Purī? Please accept invitations as before. This is the request of us all. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, why are all of you angry at Rāmacandra Purī? He is expounding the natural principles of sannyasa life. Why are you accusing him? Text 85. For a sannyasi to indulge in satisfying the tongue is a great offense. The duty of a sannyasi is to eat only as much as needed to keep body and soul together. Text 86. When they all requested very fervently that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu take a full meal, he still would not do so. Instead, he responded to their request by accepting half as much as usual. Text 87. The cost for the food needed to invite Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was fixed at 2 panas of kaudis, 160 corn shells, and that food would be taken by 2 men and sometimes 3. Text 88. When a brahmana at whose home an invitation could not be accepted invited the Lord, he would pay 2 panas of corn shells to purchase the prasada. Text 89. When a brahmana at whose home an invitation could be accepted invited him, the brahmana would purchase part of the prasadam and cook the rest at home. Text 90-91. Even on a day when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was invited to dine by others, if Gadadhara Paṇḍita, Bhagavan Acharya or Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya invited him, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had no independence. He would accept their invitations as they desired. Text 92. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu actually descended to give happiness to the devotees. Thus, he behaved in whatever way fit the time and circumstances. Text 93. Because of his full independence, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sometimes behaved like a common man and sometimes manifested his godly opulence. Text 94. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sometimes accepted Rāmacandra Purī as his master and considered himself a servant, and sometimes the Lord, not caring for him, would see him as being just like a straw. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu behaved exactly like the Supreme Personality of Godhead beyond the restriction of anyone's intelligence. He did whatever he liked, but all his activities were all very beautiful. Text 96. Thus, Rāmacandra Purī stayed for some days at Nilachala, Jagannath Puri. Then he left to visit various holy places of pilgrimage. Text 97. The devotees consider Ramacandra Puri to be like a great burden on their heads. When he left Jagannath Puri, everyone felt extremely happy, as if great stone burden had suddenly fallen from their heads to the ground. Text 98. After his departure, everything was happy again, once again. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted invitations as usual and led congregational chanting and dancing. Everyone else also accepted prasadam without hindrances. Text 99. If one's spiritual master rejects him, one becomes so fallen that he, like Ramacandra Puri, commits offenses even to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 100. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not consider the offenses of Ramacandra Puri, for the Lord himself, for the Lord considered him spiritual master. However, his character instructed everyone about the result of offending the spiritual master. Text 101. The character of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is full of nectar. Hearing about it is pleasing to the ear and mind. Text 102. I write about the character of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. O readers, please hear with attention, for thus you will easily receive ecstatic love for the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Text 103. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunātha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadasa, narrate Sri Chaitanya Caritamrita, following in their footsteps. Purport. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta purports to Sri Chaitanya Caritamrita, Anthya lila, 8th chapter, describing how the Lord reduced his eating in fear of criticism of Ramacandra Puri. Chapter 9. Anthya lila. The deliverance of Gopinatha Pattanayaka. The 9th chapter is summarized as follows. Gopinatha Pattanayaka, the son of Bhavananda Rai, was engaged in the service of the government, but he misappropriated some funds from the treasury. Therefore, the Badajana, the eldest son of King Prataparudra, ordered that he be punished by death. Thus, Gopinatha Pattanayaka was raised on the Changa to be killed, but by the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was delivered. Moreover, he was even promoted to a higher post. Text 1. The innumerable glorious followers of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu brought a constant flood to the desert-like hearts of the unfortunate with an inundation of ecstatic love. Text 2. All glories to Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the most merciful incarnation. All glories to Lord Nityananda, whose heart is always compassionate. All glories to Advaita Acharya, who is very merciful. All glories to the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who are always overwhelmed by transcendental bliss. Text 4. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu lived at Nilachala, Jagannath Puri, with his personal devotees, always merged in ecstatic love for Krishna. Text 5. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu always felt waves of separation from Krishna externally and internally. His mind and body were agitated by various spiritual transformations. Text 6. During the day, he chanted, danced, and saw Lord Jagannath in the temple. At night, he tasted transcendental bliss in the company of Ramananda Roy and Swarup Damodar. Text 7. People from the three worlds used to come visit Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Anyone who saw him received the transcendental treasure of love for Krishna. Text 8. The inhabitants of the 7 higher planetary systems, including the demigods, the Gandharvas, and the Kinnaras, and the inhabitants of the 7 lower planetary systems, Patala Loka, including the demons and the serpentine living entities, all visited Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the dress of human beings. Text 9. Dressed in different ways, people from the 7 islands and 9 khandas visited Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 10. Prahlad Maharaj, Bali Maharaj, Vyasadeva, Shukadeva Goswami, and other great sages came to visit Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Upon seeing him, they became unconscious in ecstatic love for Krishna. Purport: according to the opinion of some historians, Prahlad Maharaj was born in Treta Yuga in the city of Multan in the state of Punjab. He was born of Hiranyakashipu, a king of the dynasty of Kashyapa. Prahlad Maharaj was a great devotee of Lord Vishnu, but his father was very much against Vishnu. Because the father and son thus differed in their consciousness, the demon father inflicted all kinds of bodily pain upon Prahlad. When this torture became intolerable, the Supreme Lord appeared as Nrsimhadev and killed the great demon Hiranyakashipu. Bali Maharaj was the grandson of Prahlad Maharaj. The son of Prahlad Maharaj was Virochana, and his son was known as Bali. Appearing as Vamana and begging Bali Maharaj for 3 feet of land, the Lord took possession of the entire 3 worlds. Thus, Bali Maharaj became a great devotee of Lord Vamana. Bali Maharaj had 100 sons, of whom Maharaj Bana was the eldest and most famous. Vyasadeva was born of the son of the great sage Parashara. Other names of him are Satyavateya and Krishna Dvaipayana Bhadrayana Muni. As one of the authorities of the Vedas, he divided the original Veda for convenience into 4 divisions: Sama, Yajur, Rig, and Atharva. He is the author of 18 Puranas as well as the theosophical thesis Brahma Sutra and its natural commentary Srimad Bhagavatam. He belongs to the Brahma Sampradaya and is a direct disciple of Narada Muni. Shukadeva Goswami is the son of Vyasadeva. He was a brahmachari fully conscious of Brahman realization, but later he became a great devotee of Lord Krishna. He narrated Srimad Bhagavatam to Maharaj Parikshit. Text 11. Being unable to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the populace outside his room would make a tumultuous sound. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would go outside and tell them, chant Hare Krishna. Text 12. All kinds of people would come to see the Lord, and upon seeing him, they would be overwhelmed with ecstatic love for Krishna. And in this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu passed his days and nights. Text 13. One day, people suddenly came to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and informed him, Gopinatha Pattanayaka, the son of Bhavananda Rai, has been condemned to death by Badajana, the eldest son of the king, and has been raised to the Changa. The Changa was a device for killing a condemned person. It consisted of a raised platform on which the condemned was made to stand. Underneath the platform, there was a stationary upright swords. The condemned man would be pushed down onto the swords, and in this way he would die. For some reason, Gopinatha Pattanayaka had been condemned to death and therefore had been raised upon the Changa. Text 14. The Bharajana has placed swords beneath the platform, they said, and will throw Gopinatha upon them. O Lord, only if you protect him will he be saved. Text 15. Bhavananda Rai and his entire family are your servants. Therefore, it is quite fitting for you to save the son of Bhavananda Rai. Text 16. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu inquired, why is the king chastising him? Thereupon the people described the entire incident. Text 17. They said, Gopinatha Pattanayaka, the brother of Ramananda Roy, has always been a treasurer for the government. Text 18. He served in the place known as Malajatya Dandapata, soliciting and collecting money there and depositing it in the government treasury. Text 19. Once, when he deposited the collection, however, a balance of 200,000 kahanas of conch shells was due from him. Therefore, the king demanded this sum. Gopinath Pattanayaka replied, "There is no money I can immediately give you in cash. Please give me some time. Gradually, I shall purchase and sell my gross goods, and in this way fill your treasury." Text 21. There are 10 to 12 good horses. Take them immediately for a proper price. After saying this, he brought all the horses to the door of the king. Text 22. One of the princes knew how to estimate the price of horses very well. Thus the king sent for him to come with his ministers and friends. Text 23. The prince, however, purposely gave a reduced estimate for the value of the horses. When Gopinath Pattanayaka heard the price quoted, he was very angry. That price had a personal idiosyncrasy for of turning his neck and facing the sky, looking here and there again and again. That prince, sorry. Text 25. Gopinatha Pattanayaka criticized the prince. He was unafraid of the prince because the king was very kind toward him. Text 26. Gopinatha Pattanayaka said, "My horses never turn their necks or look upward. Therefore, therefore the price for them should not be reduced." Text 27. Hearing this criticism, the prince became very angry. Going before the king, he made some false allegations against Gopinatha Pattanayaka. Text 28. This Gopinatha Pattanayaka, he said, is unwilling to pay the money due. Instead, he is squandering it under some pretext. If you issue an order, I can put him on the changa and thus realize the money. Text 29. The king replied, "You can adopt whatever means you think is best. Any device by which you can somehow or other realize the money is all right." Thus the prince went back, raised Gopinatha Pattanayaka onto the platform of Changa, and spread swords below upon which to throw him. Text 31. After hearing this explanation, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied with affectionate anger, "Gopinatha Pattanayaka does not want to pay the king the money that is due." The Lord said, "How then is the king at fault in punishing him?" Text 32. Gopinatha Pattanayaka is in charge of collecting money on behalf of the government, but he misappropriates it. Not fearing the king, he squanders it to see dancing girls. Text 33. If one is intelligent, let him perform service to the government, and after paying the government, he can spend whatever money is left. Text 34. At the time, another person came there in great haste, bringing the news that Vaninatha Raya and his entire family had been arrested. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "The king must personally realize the money that is due. I am but a sannyasi, a member of the renounced order. What can I do?" Text 36. Then all the devotees, headed by Swarup Damodar Gosvāmī, fell at the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and submitted the following plea. Text 37. All the members of Ramananda Ray's family are your eternal servants. Now they are in danger. It is not befitting for you to be indifferent to them in this way. Text 38. After hearing this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu spoke in angry mood. "You want to order me to go to the king?" he said. "Your opinion is that I should go to the king's palace and spread my cloth to beg money for him? Of course, a sannyasi or brahmana may beg for up to 5 gandas, but why should he be granted the inappropriate sum of 200,000 kahanas of conch shells?" Then another person came with the news that Gopinatha had already been set up to be thrown upon the points of the swords. Hearing this news, all the devotees again appealed to the Lord, but the Lord replied, I am a beggar. It is impossible for me to do anything about this. Text 43. Therefore, if you want to save him, you should all pray together at the lotus feet of Lord Jagannath. Text 44. Lord Jagannath is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He possesses all potencies. Therefore, he is able to act freely and can do and undo whatever he likes. Text 45. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied in this way, an officer named Harichandana Patra went to the king and spoke with him. After all, he said, Gopinatha Pattanayaka is your faithful servant. To condemn a servant to death is not a good behavior. Text 47. His only fault is that he owes some money to the government. If he is killed, however, what profit will there be? The government will be the loser, for it will not get the money. Text 48. It would be better to take the horses for a proper price and let him gradually repay the balance. Why are you killing him unnecessarily? Text 49. The king answered in surprise, I did not know about all this. Why should his life be taken? I only want the money from him. Text 50. Go there and adjust everything. I want only the payment, not his life. Text 51. Harichandana then returned and informed the prince of the king's desire, and immediately Gopinatha Pattanayaka was taken down from the Changa. Text 52. Then he was told that the king demanded the money due him and asked what means he would adopt to pay it. Kindly take my horses, he replied, for a proper price. I shall gradually pay the balance as I can. Without consideration, however, you are going to take my life. What can I say? Text 54. Then the government took all the horses for a proper price. A time was set for payment of the balance, and Gopinath Pattanayaka was released. Text 55. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu inquired from the messenger, what was Vaninatha doing when he was arrested and brought there? Text 56. The messenger replied, he was fearlessly, incessantly chanting the Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Text 57. He counted the chants on the fingers of both hands, and after he had finished chanting 1,000 times, he would make a mark on his body. Text 58. Hearing this news, Lord was very pleased. Who can understand the mercy of the Lord upon his devotee? Text 59. At the time Kashi Mishra came to the residence of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and the Lord talked with him with some agitation. Text 60. I cannot stay here any longer, the Lord said. I shall go to Alalanatha. There are too many disturbances here, and I cannot get any rest. Text 61. All the family members of Bhavananda Rai are engaged in government service, but they spend the government's revenue in various ways. Text 62. What is the fault on the part of the king? He wants the government's money. However, when they are punished for failing to pay the government is due, they come to meet me to release them. Text 63. When the king put Gopinatha Pattanayaka on the Changa, messengers came 4 times to inform me about the incident. Text 64. As a beggar sannyasi, a mendicant, I wish to live alone in solitary place, but these people come to tell me about their unhappiness and disturb me. Text 65. Jagannath has saved him once from death today, but if tomorrow again he does not pay what he owes the treasury, who will give him protection? Purport. The Supreme Personality of Godhead will certainly protect a devotee who does something sinful accidentally. As the Lord says in Bhagavad Gita 9, 30 and 31. Apichetsu turacharo bhajate mamananya bhak sadhu eva samantavya samyak vyavastito histata saha kshipram bhavanti dharmatma Shanshvachantim nigachati kaunteya pratijanihi name bhakta pranashyati. Even if one commits the most abominable actions, if he is engaged in devotional service, he is to be considered saintly because he is properly situated in his determination. He quickly becomes righteous and attains lasting peace. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. However, if a devotee or so-called devotee purposefully commits sinful activities continually in the hope that Krishna will give him protection, Krishna will not protect him. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Kali ke rakhi be yadina dibe Rajadhana. Jagannath has saved Gopinath Pattanayaka from being killed by the king today, but if he commits the same offense again, who will protect him? Who will give him protection? The Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu thus warns all such foolish devotees that Jagannath will not protect them if they continue to commit offenses. Text 66. If I hear about the activities of materialistic persons, my mind becomes agitated. There is no need for me to stay here and be disturbed in that way. Text 67. Kashi Mishra caught hold of Lord's lotus feet and said, Why should you be agitated by these affairs? Text 68. You are a renowned sannyasi. What connections do you have? One who worships you for some material purpose is blind to all knowledge. Purport: becoming a devotee of the Lord to serve material purposes is a great mistake. Many people become show bottle devotees for material profits. Indeed, materialistic persons sometimes take to professional devotional service and keep Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as a means of livelihood. None of this, however, is approved. In the book known as Saptashati, um, as mentioned by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, one can discover how a person worshipping the goddess Durga begs her for different varieties of material profit. Such activities are very popular among people in general, but they are the attempts of foolish blind people, sage and andha. A materialist does not actually know why one should become a devotee. A devotee's only concern is to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Pure devotional service is defined by Srila Rupa Gosvāmī. Anyabhilashita shunyam gnana karmadhyanya anavritam anukulena krishna anushilanam bhakti ruttama. One should be completely free from all material desires and should serve Krishna simply to please him. When people become interested in their own sense gratification, bhukti mukti siddhi kami, some of them desire to enjoy the material world to the fullest extent. Some of them desire to be liberated and merge into the existence of Brahman, and others want to perform magic through mystic power and thus become incarnations of God. These are these are all against the principles of devotional service. One must be free from all material desires. The desire of the impersonalist to merge into the existence of Brahman is also material because such an impersonalist wants to gratify his senses by merging into the existence of Krishna instead of serving his lotus feet. Even if such a person merges into the Brahman effulgence, he falls down again into material existence, as stated in Srimad Bhagavatam. Aruya krichena param padam tatha patyant adho andratha yushmad angrihya. Because Mayavadi philosophers have no information regarding the transcendental service of the Lord, even after attaining liberation from material activities and merging into the Brahman effulgence, they must come down again into the material world. Text 69. Kashi Mishra continued, if one engages in devotional service for your satisfaction, this will result his increasingly awakening his dormant love for you. But if one engages in your devotional service for material purposes, he should be considered a number one fool. Purport. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur comments that there are many materialistic persons who become preachers, gurus, regionalists, and philosophers only for the sake of maintaining a high standard of living and sense gratification for themselves and their families. Sometimes they adopt the dress of a sannyasi or a preacher. They train some of their family members or lawyers as lawyers and continually seek help from a high court to acquire riches on the plea of maintaining temples. Although such persons may call themselves preachers, live in Vrindavana or Navadvip, and also print many religious books, it is all for the same purpose, namely to earn a living to maintain their wives and children. They may also professionally recite the Bhagavatam and other scriptures, worship the deity in the temple, and initiate disciples, making a show of devotional paraphernalia. But they may also collect money from the public and use it to cure the disease of some family member or near relative. Sometimes they become Babajis or collect money on the plea of worshipping the poor, whom they call Daridra Narayanan, or for social and political upliftment. Thus, they spread a network of business schemes to collect money for sense gratification by cheating people in general who have no knowledge of pure devotional service. Such cheaters cannot understand that by offering devotional service unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one can be elevated onto a position of eternal servitude to the Lord, which is even greater than position of Brahma and other demigods. Unfortunately, fools have no understanding of the perpetual pleasure of devotional service. Just translation and purport. Text 70.
Text 7. It is only for your sake that Raghunātha Rai resigned from the governorship of South India, and Sanatana Gosvāmī gave up his post as minister. Text 71. It is for your sake that Raghunātha gave up all his family relationships. His father sent money and men here to serve him. Text 72. However, because he has received mercy from your lotus feet, he does not even accept his father's mercy. Instead, he eats by begging alms from centers of distributions of food. Gopinatha Paṭṭanayaka is a good gentleman. He does not desire material benefits from you. It is not Gopinatha who sent all those men so that you would release him from his plight. Rather, his friends and servants, seeing his distressed condition, informed you because they all knew that Gopinatha is a soul surrendered unto you. Text 75. Gopinatha Paṭṭanayaka is a pure devotee who worships you only for your satisfaction. He does not care about his personal happiness or distress, for that is the business of a materialist. One who engages in your devotional service 24 hours a day, desiring only your mercy, will very soon attain shelter at your lotus feet. Text 77. One who seeks your compassion and thus tolerates all kinds of adverse conditions due to karma of his past deeds, who engages always in your devotional service with his mind, words, and body, who always offers obeisances unto you, is certainly a bona fide candidate for becoming your unalloyed devotee. Purport. This is a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 10.14.8. Text 78. Kindly stay here at Jagannath. Why should you go to Allahabad? Henceforth, no one will approach you about material affairs. Finally, Kashi Mishra told the Lord, if you want to give protection to Gopinatha, then Lord Jagannath, who protected him today, will also protect him in the future. Text 80. After saying this, Kashi Mishra left the abode of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and returned to his own temple. At noon, King Prataparudra came to Kashi Mishra's home. Text 81. As long as King Prataparudra stayed in Purushottam, he performed one regular duty. Text 82. He would come daily to the house of Kashi Mishra and massage his lotus feet. The king would also hear from him about how opulently Lord Jagannath was being served. Text 83. When the king began pressing his lotus feet, Kashi Mishra informed him about something through hints. Text 84. My dear king, he said, please hear one uncommon item of news. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wants to leave Jagannath Purī and go to Alalanath. When the king heard that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was going to Jagadānanda, he was very unhappy and inquired about the reason. Then Kashi Mishra informed him of all the details. Text 86. When Gopinatha Paṇḍita was lifted onto the Ganga, he said all his servants went to inform Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 87. Hearing about this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was extremely sorry at heart, and in anger he chastised Gopinatha Paṇḍita. Because he is bad after some sense gratification, the Lord said, he acts as a government servant, but he spends the government's revenue for various sinful activities. Text 89. The revenue of the government is more sacred than the property of a Brahmana. One who misappropriates the government's money and uses it to enjoy sense gratification is most sinful. Text 90. One who serves the government but misappropriates the government's revenue is liable to be punished by the king. That is the verdict of all revealed scriptures. Text 91. The king wanted his revenue paid and did not want to enforce punishment. Therefore, the king is certainly very religious. But Gopinatha Paṇḍita is a great cheat. Text 92. He does not pay the revenue to the king, but he wants my help for the lease. This is a greatly sinful affair. I cannot tolerate it here. Text 93. Therefore, I shall leave Jagannath Purī and go to Alalanath, where I shall live peacefully and not hear about all of these affairs from materialistic people.
Just show them here.
Text 94. When King Prataparudra heard all these details, he felt great pain. He felt great pain in his mind. I shall give up all that is due from Gopinatha Paṇḍita. If Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will stay here at Jagannath Purī. Text 95. If even for a moment I could get an interview with Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, I would not care for the profit of millions of Chintamani stones. Text 96. I do not care about this small sum of 200,000 gahanas. What to speak of this? I would indeed sacrifice everything at the lotus feet of the Lord, including my life and kingdom. Text 97. Kashi Mishra hinted the king, it is not the Lord's desire that you forfeit the payment. He is unhappy only because the whole family is troubled. Text 98. I had no desire to give pain to Gopinatha Patanayaka and his family, nor did I know about his being lifted onto the Kanga and to be thrown on swords and killed. He sneered at Purushottam Jana, and therefore the prince tried to scare him as a punishment. Text 100. Go personally to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and keep him at Jagannath Puri with great attention. I shall excuse Gopinatha Patanayaka from all his debts. Text 101. Kashi Mishra said, excusing Gopinatha Patanayaka of all his debts will make the Lord unhappy, for that is not his intention. The king said, I shall absolve Gopinatha Patanayaka of all his debts, but don't speak of this to the Lord. Simply let him know that all the family members of Bhavananda Rai, including Gopinatha Patanayaka, are naturally my dear friends. Text 103. Bhavananda Rai is worthy of my worship and respect. Therefore, I am always naturally affectionate to his sons. After offering obeisances to Kashi Mishra, the king returned to his palace and called for both Gopinatha and the eldest prince. The king told Gopinatha Patanayaka, you are excused for all the money you owe the treasury, and the place known as Mala Jatya. Mala Jatya Dandapata is again given to you for collections. Text 106. Do not again misappropriate the revenue of the government. In case you think your salary is inefficient, henceforth it will be doubled. Text 101. Text 107. After saying this, the king appointed him by offering him a silken wrapper for his body. Go to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he said. After taking permission from him, go to your home. I bid you farewell. Now you may go. Text 108. By the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, one can certainly become spiritually advanced. Indeed, no one can estimate the results of his mercy. Text 109. Gopinatha Patanayaka achieved the result of kingly opulence due to but a glimpse of the Lord's mercy. Therefore, no one can calculate the full value of his mercy. Text 110. Gopinatha Patanayaka was lifted onto the Kanga to be killed. All his money was taken away, but instead his debts were excused and he was appointed the collector in the same place. Text 111. On one hand, Gopinatha Patanayaka was unable to clear his debt even by selling all his possessions. But on the other hand, his salary was doubled and he was honored with the silken wrapper. Text 112. It was not the desire of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that Gopinatha Patanayaka was be excused of his debt to the government, nor was it his desire that his salary be doubled or that he be reappointed collector at the same place. When Gopinatha Patanayaka's servant went to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and informed the Lord of his plight, the Lord was somewhat agitated and dissatisfied. The Lord had no intention of awarding his devotee the happiness of material opulence, yet simply because of his being informed, such a great result was obtained. Text 150. No one can estimate the wonderful character of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Even Lord Brahma and Shiva cannot understand the intention of the Lord. Text 116. Kashi Mishra went to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and informed him in detail of all the king's intentions. Text 117. Upon hearing about Kashi Mishra's tactics with the king, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Kashi Mishra, what have you done? You have made me indirectly take help from the king. Purport. When the king heard the details of Gopinatha Patriarcha's unfortunate condemnation, he was induced to excuse his debt, in particular because he felt that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very sorry about this incident. The Lord did not like the idea that the money was forfeited to Gopinatha Patriarcha was indirectly a contribution to him. Therefore, he immediately protested. Text 118. Kashi Mishra said, My dear Lord, the king has done this without reservations. Kindly hear his statement. Text 119. The king said, Speak to the Lord in such a way that he will not think. For my sake, the king has forfeited 200,000 kahanas of kodis. Purport. The kodi is like an American cent or Japanese yen in the old medium of exchange. The first unit of currency was a small contract called a kodi. The 4 kodis made 1 ganda. 20 gandas made 1 pana, and gandas made 1 pana. One and 16 panas made 1 kana. Gopinatha Pattanayaka owed the government 200,000 kanas. The king absolved him of this debt, reappointed him to his post, and doubled his salary. Text 120. Inform Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that all the sons of Bhavananda Rai are especially dear to me. I consider them like members of my family. Text 121. Therefore, I have appointed them collectors in various places, and although they spend the government's money, eat, drink, plunder, and distribute it as they like, I do not take them very seriously. I made Raghunātha Rai the governor of Rajamundry. There's practically no account of whatever money he took and distributed in that position. Purport. Near Rajamundry is a famous railway station. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati notes that the present Rajamundry city is located on the northern bank of Godavari. At the time when Raghunātha Rai was governor, however, the state capital, which is known as Vidyanagara or Vidyapura, was located on the southern side of Godavari, at the confluence of Godavari and the sea. That was part of the country which at the time was known as Rajamundry, north of the Kalinga Desha is Utkalinga, or the state of Orissa. The capitals of southern Orissa was known as Rajamundry, but now the location of Rajamundry has changed. Text 123. Having been appointed collector, Gopinatha in the same way also generally spends 200,000 to 400,000 kanas as he likes. Text 124. Gopinatha Pattanayaka would collect some and pay some, spending it at will, but I would not consider this very seriously. This time, however, he was put in trouble because of a misunderstanding with the prince. Text 125. The prince created this situation without my knowledge, but actually I consider all the sons of Bhavananda Rai to be like my relatives. Text 126. Because of my intimate relationship with them, I have absolved Gopinatha Pattanayaka of all his debts. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu does not know this fact. Whatever I have done is because of my intimate relationship with the family of Bhavananda Rai. Text 127. Having heard from Kashi Mishra all these statements concerning the king's mentality, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very happy. At that time, Bhavananda Roy arrived there. Text 128. Bhavananda Roy, along with his 5 sons, fell at the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who lifted him up and embraced him. Thus Rāmacandra Roy and all his brothers and their father met with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Then Bhavananda Roy began speaking. Text 130. All these members of my family, he said, are your eternal servants. You have saved us from great danger. Therefore you have purchased us for a proper price. Text 31. You now have demonstrated your love for your devotees, just as when you previously saved the 5 Pandavas from great danger. Text 131. Gopinatha Pattana, his head covered with a silken wrapper, fell at the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and described in great detail the king's mercy toward him. Text 133. The king has excused me for the vows due. He said he has reappointed me to my post by honoring me with this silken cloth and has doubled my salary. Text 134. I was lifted upon a conga to be killed, but instead I was honored with the silken cloth. This is all your mercy. Text 135. On the conga I began meditating upon your lotus feet, and the power of that remembers that has yielded all these results. Text 136. Struck with wonder by my affairs, the populace is glorifying the greatness of your mercy. Text 137. However, my Lord, these are not the principal result of meditating of your lotus feet. Material opulence is very flickering. Therefore, it's simply a glimpse of the result of your mercy. Purport. One can achieve the highest perfection of life simply by meditating on the Lord's upon the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Generally, people are concerned with the 4 religious principles, namely religion, material opulence, and gratification, liberation. However, as indicated in Srimad Bhagavatam, Dharma Projata Kaitavatra, success in these 4 kinds of material and spiritual gain are not true results of devotional service. The true result of devotional service is the actual development of one's dormant love for Krishna in every circumstance. By the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Gopinatha Pattana could understand the material benefits he had achieved were not the ultimate result of meditating upon his lotus feet. The true result comes when one is detached from material opulence. Therefore, Gopinatha Pattana prayed to the Lord for such understanding. Text 138. Your real mercy has been granted to Raghunātha Rai and Vadirata Rai, for you have detached them from all material opulence. I think that I have not been favored by such mercy. Text 139. Kindly bestow your pure mercy so that I may also become renounced. I am no longer interested in material enjoyment. Text 140. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, if you all adopt the renounced order and lose interest in dealing with pounds, shillings, and pence, who will take charge of maintaining your large family? Text 141. Whether you're involved in material activities or become completely renounced, you 5 brothers are all my eternal servants, birth after birth. Purport. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur comments that one should always remember that he's an eternal servant of Lord Krishna, whether one is engaged in material activity involving pounds, shillings, and pence, or is in the renounced order. He should always think that he's an eternal servant of God, for that is the real position of the living being. Both taking sannyasa and dealing in pounds, shillings, and pence are external affairs. In any condition, one should not become attached. As soon as one forgets that he's an eternal servant of Krishna, he becomes involved in material attachment. However, if one is always conscious that Krishna, the Supreme Master, and that he is an eternal servant of Krishna, he is a liberated person in any condition. Entangling in material affairs were not effective. Text 142. However, just obey me one order for me. Do not spend any of the king's revenue. Remember, when a person forgets his position as an eternal servant of Krishna, he commits many sinful activities. But one who maintains his position as an eternal servant of Krishna cannot deviate from the path of morality, religion, and ethics. At the present, people all over the world, especially in India, have forgotten their relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead and His eternal servants. Therefore, the principles of morality, religion, and ethics have almost disappeared. This situation is most unprofitable for human society. Therefore, everyone should try to accept Krishna consciousness and follow the principles of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 143. First, you should pay the revenue due to the king. Then you may spend the balance for religious and fruitive activities. Text 144. Do not spend a farthing for sinful activities, for which you will be the loser both in this life and the next. After saying this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu bade them farewell. Text 145. Thus, the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was spoken in the family of Bhavananda Rai. That mercy was clearly demonstrated, although it appeared to be something different. Purport. The result of advancement in spiritual knowledge is not material improvement. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advised Gopinath Pattanayaka how to use material opulence without incurring reactions to sinful life. From this advice, it appeared that the Lord encouraged Gopinath Pattanayaka to enhance his material condition. Actually, however, he did not. In fact, this was but a manifestation of his great affection for his devotees. Text 146. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced them all and bade them farewell. Then all the devotees got up and left, loudly chanting the holy name of Hari. Text 147. Seeing the extraordinary mercy of the Lord granting to the family of Bhavananda Rai, everyone was struck with wonder. They could not understand the behavior of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 148. Indeed, when all the devotees had requested the Lord to bestow his mercy upon Gopinath Pattanayaka, the Lord had replied that he could do nothing. Purport. When a person is sinful, he loses both the chance of spiritual advancement and the chance of material opulence. If one enjoys the material world for sense gratification, he's certainly doomed. Advancement in the material opulence is not the direct mercy of the Supreme Personality of God. Nevertheless, it indicates the indirect mercy of the Lord, for even a person too attached to material prosperity can gradually be detached and be raised to the spiritual platform. Then he could offer causeless, purified service to the Lord. What Sri Chaitanya said, Ama it is not my business to do anything. He set the ideal example for a person to be in the renounced order. If his Nancy takes a side of a Vishayi, a person engaged in material activities, his character will be criticized. A person in the renounced order should not take interest in material activities, but if he does so out of affection for a particular reason, for a particular person, that should be considered his special mercy. Text 149. I have simply described the chastisement of Gopinath Paṇḍita and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's indifference, but the meaning of this behavior is very difficult to understand. Text 150. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave so much to Gopinath Paṇḍita without directly making request of either Kashi Mishra or the king. Text 151. The intentions of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are so deep that one can understand them only if he has complete faith in service to the philosophy of the Lord.
You can finish off with that.
Text 152. Whether or not one understands it, if one hears of this incident concerning the activities of Gopinath Paṇḍita, the Lord Sri Chaitanya has causes mercy upon him. Certainly he will be promoted to the platform of ecstatic love for the Lord, and for him all dangers will be nullified. Text 153. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri playing at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Raghunātha Gosvāmī, always desiring their mercy. I, Krishnadas, narrate Sri Chaitanya Caritamrita following in their sisters. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purpose to Sri Chaitanya Caritamrita unto lila chapter 9th chapter, describing the deliverance of Gopinath Paṇḍita and the manifestation of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's cause of mercy to his devotee. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Chapter description.
Yes.
Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepts prasadam from his devotees. The following summary of chapter 10 is given by Bhaktivedanta Thakur in his Amrita Pravabhasya. Before the Ratha Yatra ceremony, all the devotees from Bengal started from Jagadānanda as usual. Raghava Pandit brought with him various kinds of food for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The food had been cooked by his sister, Damayanti, who then packed it in bags. Thus, the stock of food was generally known as Raghunātha Chahani, the bags of Raghava. Makaratavaja Kara and inhabited of Padhit who accompanied Raghava Pandit, was the secretary in charge of accounting for the Raghavira Jhani. One day, when all the devotees arrived at Jagannath Purī, Lord Govinda was enjoying sporting pastimes in the waters of the lake known as Narendra Sarovar. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also enjoyed the ceremony in the water with his devotees. As previously, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu performed the cleansing ceremony at Gundicha and chanted the famous verse Jagamohana Pari Munda Yeah. After Kirtana ended, he distributed prasadam to all the devotees and also took some himself. Then he lay down at the door of Gambira to take rest. Somehow, or other, Govinda, the personal servant of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, crossed over the Lord's body and massaged his feet. Govinda could not go out that day. However, and therefore he was unable to accept prasadam. From the character of Govinda, it is to be learned that we may sometimes commit offenses for the service of Lord, but not for sense gratification. Govinda induced the Lord to eat all the food delivered by the devotees of Bengal for his service. All the Vaishnavas used to invite Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to their homes. The Lord accepts the innovation of Chaitanya Dasa, the son of
Hold on. You can speak on to him.
Soon in the setup and ate rice and yogurt there. Text 1, translation. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is always pleased to accept anything given with faith and love by his devotees and is always ready to bestow mercy upon them. Text 2. All glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All glories to Nityananda Prabhu. All glories to Advaitacharya, and all glories to all the devotees of Lord Chaitanya. Text 3. The next year, all the devotees were very pleased to go to Jagannath Purī, Nilasala, to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 4. Advaita Acharya Gosvāmī led the party from Bengal. He was followed by Acharyananda, Srivasa and other glorious devotees. Text 1. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had ordered Lord Nityananda to stay in Bengal, but nevertheless, because of ecstatic love, Lord Nityananda also went to see him. Text 6. Indeed, it is a symptom of real affection that one breaks the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, not caring for the regulative principles of associating with him. Text 7. During the Rasa dance, Krishna asked all the gopis to return home, but they neglected his order and stayed there for his association. Text 8. If one carries out Krishna's order, Krishna is certainly pleased, but if one sometimes breaks his order due to his static love, he gives him millions of times greater happiness. Text 9 to 11. Vasudeva Datta, Murari Gupta, Gangadasa, Shriman Sena, Shriman Pandit, Akinsha Krishnadas, Murari Garuda, Paṇḍita Buddhimanta Khan, Sanjaya Purusottama, Bhagavan Pandit Sukrabara Bharat Paramashri Brahmachari Nishamanta Brahmachari and many others joined together to go to Jagannath Purī. It would be impossible to mention the names of all of them. Text 2. The inhabitants of 12, text 12. The inhabitants of Kulina, Grama, and Kanda also came and joined. Shivananda Sena took the leadership and thus started taking care of them all. Text 13. Raghava Pandit came with bags full of food prepared very nicely by his sister, Damayanti. Text 14. Damayanti made dishes of unparalleled food, just suitable for Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to eat. The Lord ate incontinently for 1 year. Text 15 to 16. These are the names of some the and condiments in the bags of Raghava Pandit. Amra Kasandi, Ada Kasandi, Jala Kasandi, Nembuk Ada, Amara Koli, Asmi Amakanda, Kalmara and Atmasata with great affection and attention. Damayanti also made dried bitter vegetables into a powder. Text 17. Do not neglect sukta because it is a bitter preparation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu derived more happiness from eating his sukta than from drinking Caitanya, a preparation of milk, sugar, ghee, honey, and yogurt. Text 18. Since Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he extracts the purpose of everything. He accepts Damayanti's affection, and therefore he derived great pleasure even from the dried bitter leaves of sukta and from kasandi, a sour condiment. Text 18. Because of her natural love for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Damayanti considered the Lord an ordinary human being. Therefore, she thought that he would become sick by overeating, and there would be mucus within his abdomen. Purport. Because of pure love, the devotees of Krishna in Gokula, Vrindavana, Rajabhumi love Krishna as an ordinary human being like them. Yeah, although they considered Krishna of all of them, their love for Krishna knew no bounds. Similarly, because of extreme love, devotees like Raghava Pandit and his sister Damayanti thought of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as a human being, but their love for him was boundless. By overeating, an ordinary human being becomes prone to the disease called Pitta, which is a product of indigenous characterized by acid of the stomach. Damayanti thought that such a condition would afflict Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 20. Because of sincere affection, she thought that eating the sutta would cure the Lord's disease. Considering these affectionate thoughts of the Damayanti, the Lord was very pleased. Text 21. A dear lover strung a garland of a dear lover strung a garland and placed it on the shoulder of his beloved in the presence of her co-wives. She had raised and was very beautiful. Yet, although the garland was tainted with mud, she did not reject it for its value, lay out in material things, but love, but in purpose. This is a verse from Caritamrita by text 22. Damayanti powdered coriander and seeds, cooked them with sugar, and made them into sweetmeats in the shape of small balls. Text 23. She made sweetmeat balls with dried ginger to remove mucus caused by too much bile. She put all these preparations separately into small cloth bags. Text 24. She made a hundred pieces of condiments and pickles. She also made koli sundi, koli Caitanya, and many other preparations. How many should I name? Text 25. She made many sweetmeats in the shape of balls. Some are made with powdered coconut, and others look as white as the water of the Ganges. In this way, she made many riches of long-lasting sugar confections. Text 26. She made long-lasting cheese, many varieties of sweetmeats with milk and cream, and many other varied preparations such as amrita kurkura. Text 27. She made flat rice from fine, unboiled sally patty and filled the large bag made of new clothes. Text 28. She made some of the flat rice into puffed rice, fried the ghee, cooked it in sugar juice, mixed in some camphor, and rolled it into balls. Text 29 to 30. She powdered fried grains of fine rice, moistened the powder with ghee, and cooked it in a solution of sugar. Then she added camphor, black pepper, cloves, cardamom, and other spices, and rolled the mixture into balls and balls that were very palatable and aromatic. Text 31. She purchased rice from fine pan, fried it in ghee, cooked it in sugar solution, mixed in some camphor, and thus made a preparation called ukata or muziki. Text 32. Another variety of sweet was made with fused peas, that were powdered, fried in ghee, and then cooked in sugar. Camphor was added, and then the mixture was rolled into balls. Text 33. I could not mention the names of these wonderful eatables, even in a lifetime. They made hundreds and thousands of varieties. Text 34. Damayanti made all these preparations following the order of her brother, Raghava Pandit. Both of them had unlimited affection for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and were advanced in devotional service. Text 35. Damayanti took earth from the Ganges, dried it, powdered it, strained it through a fine cloth, mixed in aromatic ingredients and rolled it into small balls. Text 36. The condiments and similar items were put into the earthen pots, and everything else was put into small cloth bags. Text 37. From small bags, Damayanti made bags that were twice as large. Then, with great affection, she filled all the large ones with the small ones. Text 38. She then wrapped and sealed each and every bag with great affection. The bags were carried by 3 beards, one after another. Text 39. Thus, I have briefly described the bags that have become famous as Raghavira Jani. Text 40. The superintendent for all those bags was Makaradavisha, who kept them with great affection like his very life. Text 41. Thus, all the Vaishnavas from Bengal went to Jagannath Purī. By chance, they arrived on the day where Lord Jagannath performs pastimes in the water. Text 42. Boarding a boat in the water of Narendra Sarovar, Lord Govinda performed his water pastimes with all the devotees. Text 43. Then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu arrived with his personal associates to see the jubilant pastimes of Lord Jagannath in Narendra Sarovar. Text 44. At the same time, all the devotees from Bengal arrived at the lake and had a great meeting with the Lord. Text 45. All the devotees immediately fell at the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and the Lord lifted and embarrassed every one of them. Text 56. The Gaudiya Sampradaya, consisting of all devotees from Bengal, began chanting. When they met the Lord, they began to cry loudly in ecstatic love. Then, text 45, 47. Because of the pastimes in the water, there was great jubilation on the shore, with music, singing, chanting, and dancing, creating a sound. Text 48. Indeed, the chanting and crying of the Gaudiya Vaishnavas mixed and created sounds, vibrations that filled the entire universe. Text 49. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu entered the water with his devotees and began his pastimes. with them in great jubilation. Text 50. In his Chaitanya Mangala, now known as Chaitanya Bhaṭṭa, Vrindavana Dasa Thakur has given a detailed description of the activities the Lord performed in the water. Text 51. There is no use in again describing the activities of the Lord. It would simply be repetition and would increase the size of the book. Text 52. After concluding his pastimes in the water, Lord Govinda returned to his residence. Then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to the temple, taking all his devotees with him. The deity refrained therein acts. Govinda is the Vijaya Vigra in the temple of Jagadānanda. When there is a need to take Jagannath somewhere, the Vijay Vigra is taken because the body of Jagannath is very heavy. The Vijaya Vigra in the Jagannath temple is known as Govinda. For the pastimes in Narendra Sarovar, the Vijaya Vigra was carried there instead of Lord Jagannath. Text 53. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned to his residence after visiting the temple of Jagannath, he asked for a large quantity of Lord Jagannath Prasad, which he then distributed among his devotees so that they could eat fully. Text 54. After talking with all the devotees for some time, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked them to occupy the individual residence in which they had lived in the previous year. Text 55. Raghava Pandit delivered the bags for eatables to Govinda, who kept them in a corner of the dinner. Text 56. Govinda thoroughly emptied the bags from the previous year and kept them in another room filled with them with other goods. Text 57. The next day, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went with his personal devotees to see Lord Jagannath. When Lord Jagannath rose early in the morning, Text 58. After seeing Lord Jagannath, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began his all-encompassing Sankirtan. He formed 7 groups, which then began to chant. Perfect. For an example, examination, the Veda Sankirtan, one may refer to Madhya Lila, chapter 11, verses 215 to 238. Text 59. In each of the 7 groups was a principal dancer, such as Advaita Acharya for Lord Nityananda. Text 60. The dancers in the other groups were Rakesh Pandit, Chitra Pandit, Shivasa Pandit, Satyaja Khan, and Narahari Das. Text 61. As Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu walked from one group to another, inspecting them. The men in each group thought, "The Lord is within our group." Text 62. The commission chanting made in a tremendous roar that filled the sky. All the inhabitants of Jagadānanda came to see the Kirtan. Text 63. Accompanied by the personal staff, the king also came there and watched from a distance, and all the queens watched from the elevated parts of the palace. Text 64. Due to the forceful vibration of Kirtan, the entire world began trembling. When everyone chanted the holy name, they made a tumult sound. Text 65. In this way, the Lord had congregational chanting performed for some time, and then he himself desired to dance. Text 66. The seven groups began chanting, beating their drums in seven directions, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began dancing in the center in great aesthetic love. Text 67. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu remembered a line in the Orison language and ordered Swarupa Damodar to sing it. Text 68. Let my head fall at the feet of Jagannath in the Kirtan hall, known as Jagamohan. Text 69. Simply because of this line, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was dancing in greatly ecstatic love. People all around him floated in the water of tears, of his tears. Text 70, raising his two arms, the Lord said, "Chant, chant," floating in transcendental bliss. The people responded by chanting the holy name of Hari. Text 71. The Lord fell to the ground unconscious, not even breathing. Then suddenly he stood up, making a loud sound. Text 72. The hair on his body constantly stood up like the thorns of Simula tree. Sometimes his body was swollen and sometimes lean and thin. Text 73. He bled perspired from every pore of his body. His voice flattered, unable to say the line properly. He uttered only Jaja Gaga Pari Muni. Text 74. All his teeth shook, as if each was separate from the others. Indeed, they seemed about to fall to the ground. Text 75. His transcendental bliss increased at every moment, and therefore, even by mid-afternoon, the dancing had not ended. Text 76. The ocean of transcendental bliss overflowed, and everyone present forgot his body, mind, and hope. Text 77. Then Lord Nityananda found a way to end the kirtan. He gradually stopped all the chanting. 78. Thus, only one group continued chanting with Swarup Damodar, and they chanted very softly. Text 79. When there was no longer a tremendous sound, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned to external consciousness. Then Nityananda Prabhu informed him of facture of chanters and dancers. In text 80, understanding the facture of the devotees, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu stopped the congregational chanting. Then he bathed in the sea, accompanied by them all. Text 81. Then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took prasadam with all of them and then asked them to return to their dwellings to take rest. 82. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu lay down at the door of Gambari, and Govinda came there to massage his legs. Text 83 to 84. It was a steady, long-standing rule that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would lie down to rest after lunch, and Govinda would come to massage his legs. Then Govinda would honor the remnants of food left by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 85. This time, when the Lord laid down, he occupied the entire doorway. Govinda could not enter the room, and therefore he made the following request. Text 86. Govinda said kindly, "Turn on one side light. Let me pass to enter the room." Purport. However, the Lord replied, "I don't have the strength to move my body." Text 87. Govinda made his request again and again, but Lord replied, I cannot move my body." Text 88. Govinda repeatedly requested, "I want to massage your leg. I want to massage your legs." But the Lord said, do it or do not do it. It depends upon your mind. Translation. Text 89. Then Govinda spread the Lord's wrapper his body, and in this way entered the room by crossing over the Lord. Text 90. Govinda massaged the legs as usual. He pressed the Lord's waist and back very softly, and thus all the Lord's fascia went away. Text 91. As Govinda stroked his body, the Lord slept very nicely for about 45 minutes, and then his sleep broke. Text 92. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw Govinda sitting by his side, he was somewhat angry. "But why have you been sitting here for so long today?" the Lord asked. Text 93. "Why didn't you go to take your meal after I fell asleep?" the Lord asked. Purport. Govinda replied, You were lying down blocking the door, and there was no way to go." Text 94. The Lord asked, "How did you enter the room? Why didn't you go out to take your lunch in the same way?" Text 95. Govinda mentally replied, "My duty is to serve, even if I have to commit offenses or go to hell." Text 97. I would not mind committing hundreds of thousands of offenses for the service of Lord, but I greatly fear committing even a glimpse of an offense for my own self. Text 97. Thinking in this way, Govinda kept silent. He did not reply. He did not reply to the Lord's inquiry. Text 98. It is Govinda's practice to go to take lunch when the Lord was asleep. One day, however, seeing the Lord awareness, Govinda continued massaging his body.
Where did you read up to?
You have to read to 99.
99. Let's do this.
Continuing to read from Caritamrita, Anthya lila, chapter 10, text 99, translation. There was no way to go. How could he leave? When he thought of crossing over the Lord's body, he considered it is a great offense. Text 100, translation. There are some of the final points of etiquette in devotional service. Only one who has received the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu can understand these principles. Purport. Karmis, rooted workers cannot understand the final conclusion of devotional service because they accept only its ritualistic value, but do not understand how devotional service satisfies the Supreme Personality of God. The Karmis view the formalities as a means of advancing in religion, economic development, sensual satisfaction, and liberation. Although these are only material results of following religious principles, the Karmis consider them everything. Such ritualistic activities are called karma. Karmis who adopt devotional service very loosely and who therefore remain on the platform of material activities are called prakrita sahajiyas. These cannot understand how pure devotional service is rendered in parental and conjugal love, for these can be understood only by the special mercy bestowed by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu upon pure devotees. Text 101, translation. The Lord is very interested in manifesting the exalted qualities of these devotees, of his devotees, and that is why he engineered this incident. Text 102, translation. Thus I have briefly described Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's dancing in the hall of the Jagadānanda temple. The servants of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sing about these dancings even now. Text 103, translation. Accomplished by his personal associates, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu washed and swept the Gundicha temple, cleansing it as usual. Text 104. The Lord danced and chanted and then enjoyed a picnic in the garden as he had done before. As previously, he danced in front of the Jagadānanda car and observed the festival of Hera Panchami. Text 106. All the devotees of Bengal stayed in Jagannath Purī for the 4 months of the rainy season and observed many other ceremonies such as the anniversary of Lord Krishna's birthday. Text 107. Formerly, when all the devotees had arrived from Bengal, they all desired to give Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu something to eat. Each devotee would bring a certain type of prasadam. He would entrust it to Govinda and request him, please arrange the Lord will surely eat this prasadam. Text 109. Some brought paida, coconut preparation. Some brought sweet balls, and some brought cakes and sweet rice. The prasadam was of different varieties, all very costly. Govinda would present the prasadam and say to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this has been given by such and such devotee. The Lord, however, would not actually eat it. He would simply say, keep it in the storage. Govinda kept accumulating the food and soon it filled a corner of the room. There was quite enough to feed at least 100 people. Text 112. All the devotees asked Govinda with great eagerness, have you given Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu the prasadam brought by me? When the devotees questioned Govinda, he had to tell them lies. Therefore, one day he spoke to the Lord in disappointment. Quote, many respectable devotees headed by Advaita Acharya make a great endeavor to entrust me with varieties of food for you. You do not eat it, but they ask me again and again, how long shall I go on cheating them? How shall I be freed from this responsibility? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, why are you so foolishly unhappy? Bring here to me whatever they have given you. Purport. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains the word Adi Vyasa refers to one who has been living with another for a very long time. Govinda was addressed as Adi Vyasa because he had been living with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for a very long time, whereas other devotees who were mostly new would come and go. In effect, the Lord told Govinda, since you have been living with me for a long time, you should not be foolishly disappointed in this situation. Bring all the food to me, and you will see that I can eat it. Text 17, translation. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sat down to eat. Then Govinda offered him the preparation one after the other, after another. And as he did, he spoke the names of the people who had given each one. Text 118. These preparations, paida, sweet rice, cakes made with cream, also amrita, gutika, manda, and a pot of camphor had been given by Advaita Acharya. Text 119. Next, these are the varieties of food, cakes, cream, amrita manda, and panma chini, given by Srinivasa Pandit. Text 120. All these gifts are of Acharya Ratna, and these varieties of gifts are from Acharya Nidhi. Text 121. And all these varieties of food had been given by Vasudeva Datta, Murari Gupta, and Buddhimanta Khan. These are the gifts given by Shriman Sena, Shriman Paṇḍita, and Nanda Acharya. Please eat them all. These are the preparation made by the inhabitants of Kulina Grama, and these have been made by inhabitants of Khanda. In this way, Govinda gave everyone's name as he put the food before the Lord. Being very satisfied, the Lord began to eat it all. Text 125, 126. The hard sweets made of coconut, mukuta narikelam, and the sweet balls, the many kinds of sweet drinks, and all the other preparations were at least a month old. But although they were old, they had not become tasteless or stale. Indeed, they had all stayed fresh. That is the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 127. Within a very short time, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ate enough for 100 people. Then he asked Govinda, "Is there anything more left?" Govinda replied, "Now there are only bags of Raghunātha." Purport. The Lord said, "Let them remain today. I shall see them later." Text 129. The next day, while taking his lunch in a secluded place, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu opened the bags of Raghava and inspected their contents one after another. Text 130. He tasted a little bit of everything they contained and praised it all for its flavor and aroma. Text 131. All the varieties of the remaining prasadam were kept to eat throughout the year. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ate his lunch, Swarupa Damodar Gosvāmī would serve it Swarupa Damodar Gosvāmī would serve it little by little. Text 132. Sometimes Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would take some of it at night. The Lord certainly enjoyed preparations made with faith and love by his devotees. Purport. Krishna is very pleased with his devotees and their offering. Therefore, in the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord's 9.26, the Lord says, Patram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tad aham bhaktya uparitam ashnami prayatat manaha. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water, I accept it. Herein also we find that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted all these food because it had been offered by his devotees. Sometimes he would eat it during lunch and sometime at night, but he would always think that since his devotees had offered it with great love and affection, he must eat it. Text 133. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu spent the entire period of Chaturmas, the 4 months of rainy season, in the happiness of discussing the topics of Krishna with his devotees. Text 134. From time to time, Advaita Acharya and others would invite Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for home-cooked rice and varieties of vegetables. Text 135 to 136. They offered pungent preparation made with black pepper, sweet sour preparations, ginger, salty preparations, lime, milk, yogurt, sugar candy, 2 or 3 kinds of spinach, soup made with bitter melon, eggplant mixed with nimba leaves, and fried potato. Text 137. They also offered phula badi, liquid moong dal, and many vegetables, all cooked according to the Lord's taste. Text 138. They would mix these preparations with remnants of food from Lord Jagadānanda. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the invitations, he went sometimes alone and sometimes with his associates. Text 139. Devotees like Acharya Ratna, Acharya Nidhi, Nanda Acharya, Raghava Paṇḍita, and Srinivasa were all of the Brahmana caste. Text 140 to 141. They would extend invitations to the Lord, Vasudeva Datta, Gadadhara Dats, Murari Gupta, the inhabitants of Purinagram and Khanda, and many other devotees who were not Brahmanas by caste would purchase food offered to Lord Jagannath and then extend invitations to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Purport: the inhabitants of Purinagram, such as Satyaraja Khan and Ramananda Vasu, were not Brahmanas by caste, nor were the inhabitants of Khanda, such as Mukunda Datta, Narahari Das, and Raghunātha. Therefore, they would purchase prasadam from the market, where the remnants of Lord Jagannatha's food were sold, and then extend invitations to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, whereas Acharya Ratna, Acharya Nidhi, and others who were Brahmanas by caste would cook at home when they invited the Lord. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu observed the etiquettes then current in society by accepting only prasadam cooked by members of the Brahmana caste, but on principle he accepted invitations from his devotee regardless of whether they were Brahmanas by caste. Text 142. Now hear about the invitation of Sivananda Sena extended to the Lord. His eldest son was named Chaitanya Das. Text 143. When Shivananda brought his son Chaitanya Das to be introduced to the Lord, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu inquired about his name. Text 144. When Lord heard that his name was Chaitanya Das, he said, "What kind of name? What kind of name have you given him? It is very difficult to understand." Text 145. Shivananda Sena replied, "He has kept the name that appeared to me from within." Then he invited Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for lunch. Text 146. Shivananda Sena had bought very costly remnants of Lord Jagannatha's food. He brought it in and offered it to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who sat down to accept the prasadam with his associate. Text 147. Because of Shivananda's glory, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ate all kinds of prasadam to honor his request. However, the Lord ate more than necessary and therefore his mind was dissatisfied. Text 148. The next day, Chaitanya Das, the son of Shivananda Sena, extended an invitation to the Lord. He could understand the Lord's mind, however, and therefore he arranged for a different kind of food. Text 149. He offered yogurt, limes, ginger, soft butter, and salt. Seeing all these arrangements, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very pleased. Purport. By the grace of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Chaitanya Das understood the Lord's mind, and therefore he arranged for food that would counteract the heavy meal the Lord had eaten the previous day. Later in life, Chaitanya Das became a very learned Sanskrit scholar and wrote many books. Among these books, his commentary of Krishna Caritamrita is very famous. There is another book called Chaitanya Caritamrita, which is the work of Sanskrit poetry. It is said that this was also composed by him. Text 150. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "This boy knows my mind, and therefore I am very satisfied to accept his invitation." Text 151. After saying this, the Lord ate the rice mixed with yogurt and offered Chaitanya Das the remnants of his food. Text 152. The 4 months of Chaturmas passed in this manner, and with the Lord accepting invitation from his devotees. That because of a heavy schedule of invitation, however, some of the Vaishnavas could not get an open day which to invite the Lord. Text 153. Every month, Gadadhar Pandit and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya had fixed dates on which Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would accept their invitations. Text 154 to 155. Gopinath Acharya, Jagadānanda, Kashishwaram, Bhagwan, Rāmacandra Acharya, Shankara, Vakreshwara, who were all Brahmanas, extended invitations to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and offered him food cooked at home. whereas other devotees would pay 2 panas, a small conch shell, to purchase Jagannath's prasadam and then invite the Lord. Text 156. At first, the cost of Jagannatha prasadam for an invitation was 4 panas of conch shell, but when Rāmacandra Purī was there, the price was cut in half. Text 157. The devotees who came from Bengal stayed with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for 4 consecutive months, and then the Lord bade them farewell. After the Bengali devotees departed, the devotees who were Lord's constant companion at Jagannath Puri stayed with the Lord. Text 158. Thus I have described how Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted the invitation and how he accepted and tasted the prasadam offered by his devotees. Text 159. In the midst of all of that narration are description of Raghava Pandita's bags of food and the dancing in the temple of Jagannath. Text 160. One who hears about the pastime of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with faith and love will certainly attain the ecstatic love for the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu without fail. Narrations of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's activities are just like nectar to hear. Indeed, they satisfied both ears and mind. One who tastes the nectar of these activities is certainly very fortunate. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunātha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishna Dasa, narrate Sri Chaitanya Amrita, following in their footsteps. Purport. Thus end the Bhakti Vedanta purport of Sri Chaitanya Amrita, Anthya lila, 10th chapter, describing how Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu tasted the prasadam offered by his devotees. Sri Chaitanya Amrita, Anthya lila, chapter 11, the passing of Haridas Thakur. The summary of this chapter is given by Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur in his Amrita Parvaha Bhasya as follows. In this chapter, it is described how Brahma Haridasa Thakur gave up his body with the consent of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and how the Lord himself personally performed the funeral ceremony and carried the body to the sea. He personally entombed the body, covered it with sand, and erected a platform on the side. After taking back a bath in the sea, he personally begged prasadam of Jagannatha from shopkeepers and distributed prasad to the assembled devotees. Text 1. Let me offer my respectful obeisances on to Haridas Thakur and his master Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who danced with the body of Haridas Thakur on his lap. Text 2. All glories to Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is very merciful, who is very dear to Advaita Acharya and Lord Nityananda. Text 3. All glories to the master of Srinivas Thakur, all glories to the master of Haridas Thakur, all glories to dear master of Gadadhar Pandit, all glories to the master of the life of Swarup Damodar, all glories to Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is very dear to Kashi Mishra, he is the Lord of life of Jagadānanda and the Lord of Sri Rupa Gosvāmī, Sanatan Gosvāmī, Raghunātha Das Gosvāmī. All glories to the transcendental form of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is Krishna himself, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. My dear Lord, kindly give me shelter at your lotus feet by your causeless mercy. All glories to Lord Nityananda, who is the life and soul of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. My dear Lord, kindly give me engagement and devotional service at your lotus feet. All glories to Advaita Acharya, who is treated by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as superior due to his age and respectability. Please give me advancement in devotional service at your lotus feet. All glories to all the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, for the Lord is their life and soul. All of you kindly bestow devotional service upon me. Text 9. All glories to Rupa Gosvāmī, Sanatana Gosvāmī, Jiva Gosvāmī, Raghunātha Das Gosvāmī, Raghunātha Bhaṭṭa Gosvāmī, and Gopala Bhaṭṭa Gosvāmī, the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan. They are all my masters. I am writing this narration of the pastimes and attributes of the Lord by the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates. I do not know how to write properly, but I am purifying myself by writing this description. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu thus resided at Jagannath Purī with his personal devotees and enjoyed congregational chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Text 12. In the daytime, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu engaged in dancing and chanting and in seeing the temple of the Lord Jagannath. At night, in the company of his most confidential devotees such as Rāmacandra and Swarupa Damodar Gosvāmī, he tasted the nectar of the transcendental mellows of Lord Sri Krishna's pastimes. Text 13. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu very happily passed his days in this way at Nilachal, Jagannath Purī. Feeling separation from Krishna, he exhibited many transcendental symptoms all over his body. Day after day, the symptoms increased, and at night they increased even more. All these symptoms, such as transcendental anxiety, agitation, and talking like a madman, were present, just as they were described in the Shastras. Text 15. Swarup Damodar Gosvāmī and Rāmacandra, the chief assistants of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes, remained with him both day and night. One day, Govinda, the personal servant of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, went in great jubilation to deliver the remnants of Lord Jagannatha's food to Haridas Thakur. When Govinda came to Haridas, he saw that Haridas Thakur was lying on his back and chanting his round very slowly. Quote, please rise and take your Mahaprasadam. Quote, unquote. Govinda said. Haridas Thakur replied, quote, today I shall observe fasting. I have not finished chanting my regular number of rounds. How then can I eat? But you have brought Mahaprasadam, and how can I neglect it? Saying this, he offered prayers to Mahaprasadam and took a little portion and ate it. For quote, Mahaprasadam is non-different from Krishna. Therefore, instead of eating Mahaprasadam, one should honor it. It is said here, Karila Vandanam. Quote, he offered prayers. When taking Mahaprasadam, one should not consider the food ordinary preparation. Prasada means favor. One should consider Mahaprasad a favor of Krishna. As stated by Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Krishna Bada Daya Moy, Kari Bare Jiva Joy, Swaprasada Anya Dilo Bhai. Krishna is very kind. In this material world, we are all very much attached to tasting various types of food. Therefore, Krishna eats many nice varieties of food and offers the food back to the devotees, so that not only are one's demands for various tastes satisfied, but by eating prasadam, one makes advancement in spiritual life. Therefore, we should never consider ordinary food on an equal level with Mahaprasadam. Text 21. The next day, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to Haridasa's place and inquired from him, quote, Haridasa, are you well? End quote. Haridasa offered his obeisances to the Lord and replied, quote, my body is all right, but my mind and intelligence are not well. End quote. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu further inquired from Haridas, quote, can you ascertain what your disease is? End quote. Haridas Thakur replied, my disease is that I cannot complete my rounds. End quote. Purport. If one cannot complete a fixed number of rounds he is assigned, he should be considered to be diseased condition of spiritual life. Srila Haridas Thakur is called Namacharya. Of course, he cannot imitate Haridas Thakur, but everyone must chant a prescribed number of rounds. In our Krishna consciousness movement, we have fixed 16 rounds as the minimum so that the Westerners will not feel burdened. These 16 rounds must be chanted and chanted loudly so that one can hear himself and others. Text 24, quote, now that you have become old, the Lord said, you may reduce the number of rounds you chant daily. You are already liberated and therefore you need not follow the regulative principles very strictly. Purport. Unless one has come to the platform of spontaneous love of God, he must follow the regulative principles. Thakur Haridas was living example of how to follow regulative principles. Similarly, Raghunātha Gosvāmī was also such a living example. In the Sad Gosvāmī Ashtaka, it is stated, Shankhya Purvaka Nama Gana Natibhihi Kalavasani Kartav. The Goswamis, especially Raghunātha Gosvāmī, strictly followed all the regulative principles. The first regulative principle is that one must chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra loudly enough so that he can hear himself. And one must vow to chant a fixed number of rounds. Not only was Raghunātha Gosvāmī chanting a fixed number of rounds, but he had also taken a vow to bow down many times and offer obeisances to the Lord. Text 25. Your role in this incarnation is to deliver the people in general. You have sufficiently preached the glories of the holy name in this world. Purport. Haridas Thakur is known as Namacharya because it is he who preached the glories of chanting Harinam. The holy name of God. By using the words Tumhara Avatar, your incarnation, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu confirms that Haridas Thakur is the incarnation of Lord Brahma. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur says that advanced devotees help the Supreme Personality of Godhead in his mission, and that such devotees or personal associates incarnate by the will of the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Lord incarnates by his own will, and by his will, competent devotees also incarnate to help him in his mission. Haridas Thakur is thus the incarnation of Lord Brahma, and the other devotees are likewise incarnations who help in the prosecution of the Lord's mission. Text 26. The Lord concluded, quote, now, therefore, please reduce the fixed number of times you chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, end quote. Purport. Haridas Thakur replied, kindly hear my real plea. Translation. I was born in an inferior family and my body is also abominable. I always engage in low work and therefore I am the lowest and most condemned of men. Text 28. I am unseeable and untouchable, but you have accepted me as your servant. This means that you have delivered me from a hellish condition and raised me to the Vaikuntha platform. Text 29. My dear Lord, who are fully independent personality of Godhead, you act by your own free will. You cause the whole world to dance and act as you like. Text 30. My dear Lord, by your mercy you have made me dance in many ways. For example, I was offered the Shraddha Patra, which should have been offered to first-class Brahmanas. I ate from it, even though I was born in a family of meat eaters. Purport. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur in his Anubhashya quotes from the Vishnu Smriti in reference to Shraddha Patra. Brahmana prasade hai iti kathi katah pankti dushakah etan vivarjaya yatna shraddha karmani Paṇḍita. According to these words, if one is born in a Brahmana family but does not behave according to Brahmanical standards, he should not be offered the Shraddha Patra, which is the prasadam offered to the forefathers. Advaita Acharya offered the Shraddha Patra to Haridas Thakur, not to a Brahmana who had been born in the Brahmana family. Although Haridas Thakur was born in a family of meat eaters, because he was an advanced devotee, he was shown more respect than a first-class Brahmana. Text 31. Quote, I have had one desire for a very long time. I think that quite soon, my Lord, you will bring to a close your pastimes within this material world. I wish that you not show me this closing chapter of your pastimes. Before that time comes, kindly let my body fall down in your presence. I wish to catch your lotus feet upon my heart and see your moon-like face. With my tongue I shall chant your holy name, Shri Krishna Caitanya. That is my desire. Kindly let me give up my body in this way. Oh, most merciful Lord, if by your mercy it is possible, kindly grant my desire. Let this low-born body fall down before you. You can make possible this perfection of all my desires. Text 37. Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, oh, my dear Haridas, Krishna is so merciful that he must execute whatever you want. But whatever happiness is mine is all due to your association. It is not fitting for you to go away and leave me behind. Catching the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Haridas Thakur said, quote, my Lord, do not create an illusion. Although I am so fallen, you must certainly show me this mercy. My Lord, there are many respectable personalities, millions of devotees who are fit to sit on my head. They are all helpful in your pastimes. My Lord, if an insignificant insect like me dies, what is the loss? If an ant dies, where is the loss to the material world? My Lord, you are always affectionate to your devotees. I am just an imitation devotee. But nevertheless, I wish that you fulfill my desire. That is my explanation. End quote. Text 43. Because he had to perform his noon duties, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu got up to leave, but it was settled that the following day, after he saw Lord Jagannath, he would return to visit Haridas Thakur. Text 44. After embracing him, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left to perform his noon duties and went to the sea to take his bath. Text 45. The next morning, after visiting Jagannath temple, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, accompanied by all his devotees, went hastily to Sri Haridas Thakur. Text 46. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees came before Haridas Thakur, who offered his respects to the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and all the Vaishnavas. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu inquired, oh, my dear Haridas, what is the news? Haridas Thakur replied, oh, my Lord, whatever mercy you have bestowed upon me. End quote. Upon hearing this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu immediately began great congregational chanting in the courtyard. Vakreshvara Paṇḍita was the chief dancer. Text 49, headed by Swarupa Damodar Gosvāmī, all the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu surrounded Haridas Thakur and began congregational chanting. Text 50. In front of all the great devotees like Rāmacandra and Sarvabhauma Bhaṭṭacharya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began to describe the holy attributes of Haridas Thakur. As he described the transcendental attributes of Haridas Thakur, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu seemed to possess 5 mouths. The more he described, the more his great happiness increased. Text 52. After hearing of the transcendental qualities of Haridas Thakur, all the devotees present were struck with wonder. They all offered their respectful obeisances to the lotus feet of Haridas Thakur. Text 53. Haridas Thakur made Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sit down in front of him, and then he fixed his eyes like 2 bumblebees on the lotus face of the Lord. He held the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu on his heart, and then took the dust of the feet of all devotees present and put it on his head. He began to chant the holy name of Sri Krishna Chaitanya again and again. As he drank the sweetness of the face of the Lord, tears constantly glided down from his eyes. While chanting the holy name of Sri Krishna Chaitanya, he gave up his air of life and left his body. Text 57. Seeing the wonderful death of Haridas Thakur by his own will, which was just like a great mystic yogi's, everyone remembered the passing of Bhishma. Text 58. There was a tumultuous noise as they all chanted the holy names Hari and Krishna. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became overwhelmed with ecstatic love. The Lord raised the body of Haridas Thakur and placed it on his lap. Then he began to dance in the courtyard in great ecstatic love. Text 60. Because of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstatic love, all the devotees were helpless. And in ecstatic love, they also began to dance and chant congregationally. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu danced for some time, and then Swarupa Damodar Gosvāmī informed him of another ritual for the body of Haridas Thakur. The body of Haridas Thakur was then raised onto a carrier that resembled an airship and taken to the sea, accompanied by congregational chanting. Text 63. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu danced in front of the procession, and Vakreshvara Pandit, along with other devotees, chanted and danced behind him. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu bathed the body of Haridas Thakur in the sea, and then declared, "From this day on, this sea has become a great pilgrimage site." Text 65. Everyone drank the water that had touched the lotus feet of Haridas Thakur, and then they smeared remnants of Lord Jagannath's sandalwood pulp over. Then they smeared remnants of Lord Jagannath's sandalwood pulp over Haridas Thakur's body. Text 66. After a hole was dug in the sand, the body of Haridas Thakur was placed into it. Remnants from Lord Jagannath, such as his silken robe, sandalwood pulp, food and cloth, were placed on the body. Text 65. All around the body, the devotees performed congregational chanting, and Vakreshvara Pandit danced in jubilation. Text 68. With his transcendental hands, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally covered the body of Haridas Thakur with sand and chanted, "Hari Bol, Hari Bol." Text 69. The devotees covered the body of Haridas Thakur with sand and then constructed a platform upon the side. The platform was protected all around by fencing. Text 70. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu danced and chanted all around the platform. And as the holy name of Hari roared tumultuously, the whole universe became filled with the vibration. After Sankirtana, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu bathed in the sea with his devotees, swimming and playing in the water in great jubilation. After circumambulating the tomb of Haridas Thakur, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to the Simha Dwara gate of Jagannath temple. The whole city chanted in congregation and the tumultuous sound vibrated all over the city. Approaching the Simha Dwar, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu spread his cloth, began to beg prasadam from all the shopkeepers there. Quote, I'm begging prasadam for a festival honoring the passing of Haridas Thakur, end quote. The Lord said, quote, please give me alms, end quote. Text 75. Hearing this, all the shopkeepers immediately came forward with big baskets of prasadam, which they jubilantly delivered to Lord Chaitanya. Text 76. However, Swarupa Damodar stopped them, and the shopkeepers returned to their shops and sat down with their baskets. Swarupa Damodar sent Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu back to his residence and kept with him 4 Vaishnavas and 4 servant carriers. Text 78. Swarup Damodar said to all the shopkeepers, deliver to me 4 palmfuls of prasadam from each and every item. Text 79. In this way, varieties of prasadam were collected and then packed up in different loads and carried on the heads of the 4 servants. Text 80. Not only did Swarup Damodar Gosvāmī bring prasadam, but Vaninatha, Pattanayaka and Kashi Mishra also sent large quantities. Text 81. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu made all the devotees sit in a row and personally began to distribute the prasadam, assisted by 4 other men. Text 82. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was not accustomed to taking prasadam in small quantity. He therefore put on each plate what at least 5 men could eat. Text 83. Swarup Damodar Gosvāmī requested Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, please sit down and watch. With these men to help me, I shall distribute the prasadam. Text 84. The 4 men, Swarup Damodar, Jagadānanda, Kashishvara and Shankara, distributed the prasadam continuously. Text 85. All the devotees who sat down would not eat the prasadam as long as the Lord had not eaten. On that day, however, Kashi Mishra had extended an invitation to the Lord. Therefore, Kashi Mishra personally went there and delivered the prasadam to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with great attention and made him eat. Text 87. With Paramananda Purī and Brahmananda Bharati, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sat down and accepted the prasadam. When he began to eat, so did all the Vaishnavas. Everyone was filled up to the neck because Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu kept telling the distributors, give them more, give them more. Text 89. After all the devotees finished accepting prasadam and had washed their hands and mouths, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu decorated each of them with the flower garland and sandalwood bow. Overwhelmed with ecstatic love, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu offered a benediction to all the devotees, which all the devotees heard with great satisfaction. Text 91 through 93. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave this benediction, quote, anyone who has seen the festival of Sri Haridas Thakur's passing away, anyone who has chanted and danced here, anyone who has offered sand on the body of Haridas Thakur, and anyone who has joined this festival to partake of the prasadam, will achieve the favor of Krishna very soon. There is such wonderful power in seeing Haridas Thakur. Being merciful upon me, Krishna gave me the association of Haridas Thakur. Being independent in his desire, and he has now broken that association. When Haridas Thakur wanted to leave this material world, it was not within my power to detain him. Simply by his will, Haridas Thakur could give up his life and go away, exactly like Bhishma, who had previously died simply by his own desire, as we have heard from Shastras. Haridas Thakur was the crown jewel on the head of this world. Without him, this world is now bereft of its valuable jewel. Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then told everyone, say all glories to Haridas Thakur and chant the holy name of Hari. Saying this, he personally began to dance. Everyone began to dance. All glories to Haridas Thakur, who revealed the importance of chanting of the holy name of the Lord. Text 100. Thereafter, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu bade farewell to all the devotees, and he himself, with mixed feelings of happiness and distress, took rest. Thus, I have spoken about the victorious passing of Haridas Thakur. Anyone who hears this narration will certainly fix his mind firmly in the devotional service to Krishna. Purport. At Purushottama Kshetra or Jagannath Puri, there is a temple of Tota Gopinath. If anyone goes from there to the sea, he can discover the tomb of Haridas Thakur still existing. Every year on the day of Ananta Chaturdashi, there is a festival to commemorate the passing away of Haridas Thakur. At the same place, the deities of Nityananda Prabhu, Krishna, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and Advaita Acharya were established about 100 years ago. A gentleman named Brahma from Kendrapada in the province of Orissa contributed funds to establish these deities in the temple. The management of the temple was under the Tota Gopinath Gosvāmīs. This temple was later sold to someone else, and this party is now maintaining the Seva Puja of the temple. Near this temple, the tomb of Haridas Thakur, Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur constructed a small house called Bhakti Kuti. In the Bengali year 1329, AD 1922, the Purushottama Matha, a branch of the Gaudiya Matha, was established here. In the Bhakta Ratnakara, it is stated, Srinavasa Sigra Samudrera Kulegena Haridasa Thakurera Samadhi Dekhila Bhumite Podiya Koila Pranati Vistara Bhagavatagana Shri Samadhi Sanidhanam Srinivase Sthira Kaila Shashneha Vachane Punaha Srinivasa Shri Samadhi Paranamiya Ye Vilapa Koila Nashunile Dravehiya. Quote, Srinivas Thakur quickly ran to the seashore when he saw the tomb of Haridas Thakur. He immediately fell down, offering prayers, and almost fainted. The devotees present here pacified him with very sweet and affectionate words, and Srinivas again offered his obeisances to the tomb. Hearing of the separation that Srinivas expressed in his lamentation in the tomb of Haridas Thakur makes everyone's heart melt. Text 102. From the incident of Haridas Thakur's passing away and the great care Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took in commemorating it, one can understand just how affectionate he is towards his devotees. Although he is the topmost of all sannyasis, he fully satisfied the desire of Haridas Thakur.
You can read. Text 103.
I'll take it for you. Thank you. Got it. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita, Gadadhara, Srivas, Adi Gaur Bhaktavrinda. When Haridas Thakur was at the last stage of his life, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave him his company and allowed him to touch him. Thereafter, he took the body of Thakur Haridas on his lap and personally danced with it. Out of his causeless mercy, the Lord personally covered the body of Haridas Thakur with sand and personally begged alms from the shopkeepers. Then he conducted a great festival to celebrate the passing away of Haridas Thakur. Haridas Thakur was not only the topmost devotee of the Lord, but also a great and learned scholar. It was his great fortune that he passed away before Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Haridas Thakur is mentioned here as the most learned scholar. Parama Vidwan. Actually, the most important science to know is the science of getting out of the clutches of material existence. Anyone who knows this science must be considered the greatest learned person. Anyone who knows the temporary situation of this material world and is expert in achieving permanent situation in the spiritual world, who knows that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is beyond the jurisdiction of our experimental knowledge, is understood to be the most learned scholar. Haridas Thakur knew this science perfectly. Therefore, he is described in this connection as Parama Vidwan. He personally preached the importance of chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, which is approved by the revealed scriptures, as stated in Srimad Bhagavatam. Itipumsha arpita Vishnu bhaktischenava lakshana kriyate bhagavati adha tanmanne aditam uttamam. There are 9 different processes of devotional service to Krishna, the most important being Shravanam Kirtanam, hearing and chanting. Haridas Thakur knew this science very well, and he can therefore be called, technically, Sarva Shastra Aditi. Anyone who has learned the science of all the Vedic scriptures is to be known as first-class educated person with full knowledge of all Shastras. The life and the characteristics of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are exactly like an ocean of nectar, one drop of which can please the mind and ear. Anyone who desires to cross over the ocean of nescience, please hear with great faith the life and characteristics of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunātha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadas, narrate Sri Chaitanya Caritamrita, following in their footsteps. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport to Sri Chaitanya Caritamrita, Anthya lila, 11th chapter, describing the passings of Haridas Thakur. Next chapter, chapter 12, the loving dealings between Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Jagadānanda Pandit. A summary of 12th chapter is given by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur in his Amrit Prabhava Bhasya as follows. This chapter discusses the transformations of ecstatic love
that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu exhibited day and night. The devotees from Bengal again journeyed to Jagannath Puri to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. As usual, the leader was Sivananda Sena, who traveled with his wife and children. Because arrangements were delayed en route and Lord Nityananda did not have a suitable place to reside, he became somewhat disturbed. Thus, he became very angry with Shivananda Sena, who was in charge of the affairs of the party, and kicked him in loving anger. Shivananda Sena felt highly favored to have been kicked by Nityananda Prabhu, but his nephew, Shrikanta Sena, became upset and therefore left their company. He met Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at Jagannath Puri before the rest of the party arrived. That year, a devotee named Parmeshwar Das Modaka also went with his family to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at Jagannath Puri. The devotees often invited Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to eat with them. When the Lord bade them all farewell, he talked very pleasingly with them. The year before, Jagadānanda Pandit had been sent to Sachi Mata with prasadam and cloth. This year, he returned to Puri with a big pot of floral scented sandalwood oil to massage the Lord's head. The Lord, however, would not accept the oil, and because of his refusal, Jagadānanda Pandit broke the pot in front of him and began to fast. The Lord tried to pacify him and asked Jagadānanda Pandit to cook for him. Jagadānanda Pandit became so pleased when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted his cooking that he broke his fast. O devotees, may the transcendental life and characteristics of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu always be heard, chanted, and meditated upon with great happiness. All glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is all merciful. All glories to Nityananda Prabhu, who is an ocean of mercy. All glories to Advaita Acharya, who is an ocean of mercy. All glories to all the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, whose hearts are always filled with mercy. The mind of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was always morose because of a continuously manifested feeling of separation from Krishna. The Lord would cry, O my Lord Krishna, my life and soul, O son of Maharaja Nanda, where shall I go? Where shall I attain you? O Supreme Personality, who play with your flute to your mouth. This was his situation day and night. Unable to find peace of mind, he passed his nights with great difficulty in the company of Swarup Damodara and Ramananda Raya. Meanwhile, all the devotees journeyed from their homes in Bengal to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Headed by Srimananda Sena, Advait Acharya and others, all the devotees assembled in Navadvip. The inhabitants of Kulia Gram and Khanda village also assembled at Navadvip. Because Nityanand Prabhu was preaching in Bengal, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had ordered him not to come to Jagannath Puri. That year, however, he went with the rest of the party to see the Lord. Srivas Thakur was also there with his three brothers and his wife, Malini. Acharya Ratna was similarly accompanied by his wife. The wife of Shivananda Sena also came along with their three sons. Raghava Pandit joined them carrying his famous bags of food. Vasudeva Datta, Murari Gupta, Vidyanidhi, and many other devotees went to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All together, they numbered 200 or 300. The devotees first saw Sachi Mata and took her prasadam. Then, in great happiness, they started for Jagannath Puri, congregationally chanting the holy name of the Lord. Shivanand Sena managed the payment of tolls at different places. Maintaining everyone, he guided all the devotees in great happiness. Purport. Ghati refers to different toll booths used by the zamindars to collect taxes in each state. Generally, this tax was collected to maintain the roads governed by the various Jamindars. Since the devotees from Bengal were going to Jagannath Puri, they had to pass through many such toll booths. Shivanand Sena was in charge of paying the tolls. Shivanand Sena took care of everyone and gave each devotee places to stay. He knew all the paths leading to Orissa. One day, when the party was being checked by a toll collector, the devotees were allowed to pass, and Shivananda Sena remained behind, alone, to pay the taxes. The party went into a village and waited beneath a tree because no one but Shivanand Sena could arrange for the residential quarters. Nityanand Prabhu, meanwhile, became very hungry and upset. Because he had not yet obtained a suitable residence, he began calling Shivananda Sena ill names. Shivanand Sena has not arranged for my residence. He complained, and I'm so hungry. I could die. Because he has not come, I curse his three sons to die. Hearing this curse, Shivanand Sena's wife began to cry. Just then, Shivananda returned from the toll station. Crying, his wife informed him, Lord Nityananda has cursed our three sons to die because his quarters have not been provided. Shivananda Sena replied, You crazy woman, why are you needlessly crying? Let my three sons die for all the inconvenience we have caused Nityananda Prabhu. After saying this, Shivananda Sena went to Nityananda Prabhu, who then stood up and kicked him. Very pleased at being kicked, Shivananda Sena quickly arranged for a milkman's house to be the Lord's residence. Shivananda Sena touched the lotus feet of Nityananda Prabhu and led him to his residence. After giving the Lords his quarters, Shivananda Sena, being very pleased, spoke as follows. Today you have accepted me as your servant and have properly punished me for my offense. My dear Lord, your chastising me is your causeless mercy. Your chastising me is your causeless mercy. Who within the three worlds can understand your real character? The dust of your lotus feet is not attainable even by Lord Brahma. Yet your lotus feet have touched my wretched body. Today, my birth, my family, and my activities have all become successful. Today, I have achieved the fulfillment of religious principles, economic development, satisfaction of the senses, and ultimately devotional service to the Lord Krishna. When Lord Nityananda heard this, he was very happy. He rose and embraced Shivananda Sena in great love. Being very much pleased by Nityananda Prabhu's behavior, Shivananda Sena began to arrange residential quarters for all the Vaishnavas, headed by Advait Acharya. One of Sri Nityananda Prabhu's characteristic is his contradictory nature. When he becomes angry and kicks someone, it is actually for his benefit. Shivanand Sena's nephew, Srikant, the son of his sister, felt offended and he commented on the matter when his uncle was absent. My uncle is well known as one of the associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but Lord Nityananda Prabhu asserts his superiority by kicking him. After saying this, Srikant, who was only a boy, left the group and traveled on alone to the residence of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When Srikant offered obeisances to the Lord, he was still wearing his shirt and coat. Therefore, Govinda told him, My dear Srikant, first take off these garments. One is forbidden to enter the deity room. Purport. One is forbidden to enter the deity room or offer anything to the deity while wearing a shirt or a coat. In the Tantras, it is said, Vastrena vritta dehastu yo nara praname vidharam dharim shivitra bhavati mudhatma sapta janmani bhavini. Anyone who offers respect and obeisances to the deity while wearing garments on the upper portion of his body is condemned to be a leper for 7 births. As Govinda was warning Srikant, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Don't bother him. Let Srikant do whatever he likes, for he has come here in a distressed state of mind." Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu inquired from Srikant about all the Vaishnavas, and the boy informed the Lord about them, naming them one after another. When Srikant Sena heard the Lord say he is distressed, he could understand that the Lord is omniscient. As he described the Vaishnavas, therefore, he did not mention Lord Nityananda's kicking Shivananda Sena. Meanwhile, all the devotees arrived and went to meet the Lord. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu received them all, just as he had in previous years. The women, however, saw the Lord from a distance. Then the Lord again arranged for the residential quarters of all the devotees, and thereafter called them to partake of the remnants of the food offered to Lord Jagannath. Shivanand Sena introduced his three sons to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Because they were his sons, the Lord showed the boys great mercy. Lord Chaitanya asked the youngest son's name, and Shivanand Sena informed the Lord that his name was Paramananda Das. Once before, when Shivanand Sena had visited Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu at his residence, the Lord had told him, "When this son is born, give him the name Purī Das." The son was in the womb of Shivananda's wife, and when Shivananda returned home, the son was born. The child was named Paramananda Dasa in accordance with the Lord's order, and the Lord jokingly called him Purī Dasa. When Shivananda Sena introduced the child to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Lord put his toe in the child's mouth. In this connection, one may refer to Anthya Lila, chapter 16, verse 65-75, about the later manifestations of the Lord's mercy on Purī Dasa. No one can cross over the ocean of Shivanand Sena's good fortune, for the Lord considers Shivanand Sena's whole family his own. The Lord ate lunch in the company of all the devotees, and after washing his hands and mouth, he gave an order to Govinda. As long as Shivanand Sena's wife and children stayed in Jagannath Puri, he said, they must be given the remnants of my food. There was a resident of Nadia named Parmeshwara, who was a confectioner living near the home of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When the Lord was a boy, he would visit the house of Parmeshwara Modaka again and again. The confectioner would supply the Lord milk and sweetmeats, and the Lord would eat them. Parmeshwara Modaka had been affectionate toward the Lord since his childhood, and he was one of those who came that year to see the Lord at Jagannath Puri. When he offered his obeisances to the Lord, he said, I am the same Parmeshwara. Upon seeing him, the Lord asked him questions with great affection. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Parmeshwara, may you be blessed. It is very good that you have come here. Parmeshwara then informed the Lord, Mukundara Mata has also came. Hearing the name of Mukundara Mata, Lord Chaitanya hesitated, but because of affection for Parmeshwar, he did not say anything. Purport. A sannyasi is restricted from even hearing a woman's name, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu conducted himself very strictly in his vow. Parmeshwar informed the Lord that his wife, Mukundara Mata, had come with him. He should not have mentioned her, and therefore the Lord hesitated for a moment, but due to his affection for Parmeshwara, he did not say anything. Sri Chaitanya Prabhu had known Parmeshwar Modak since his childhood, and therefore Parmeshwar did not think twice about informing the Lord. You read? You want to read? You sure? If you want to read it from ladies, I can read. Okay. Right? About informing the Lord of his wife's arrival. Sorry for that. He did not say anything. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had known Parmeshwara Modaka since his childhood, and therefore Parmeshwar did not think twice about informing the Lord of his wife's arrival. An intimate relationship sometimes makes a person overstep formal etiquette. Thus, Parmeshwar actually pleased the Lord in his heart by his simple and affectionate behavior. Purport. Prasarya means affection, humility, faith, a demand for some special concession or indulgence in such a concession. Pagala means impudence, arrogance, and influence. Vaidagdhi means cunningness, humor, beauty, expertise, learning, tricky behavior, and indications. All the devotees engaged in the cleansing ceremony of the Gundicha temple and danced in front of the Yatrayatra chariot just as they had done in the past. For 4 consecutive months, the devotees observed all the festivals. The wives, such as Malini, extended invitations for lunch to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. From Bengal, the devotees had brought varieties of Bengali food that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu liked. They also cooked various grains and vegetables in their homes and offered them to the Lord. During the day, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu engaged in various activities with his devotees, but at night he felt great separation from Krishna and used to cry. In this way, the Lord spent the 4 months of the rainy season in various pastimes, and then he ordered the Bengali devotees to return to their homes. All the devotees from Bengal would regularly invite Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for lunch, and the Lord would speak to them in very sweet words. All of you come to see me every year, the Lord said. To come here and then return must certainly give you great trouble. I would like to forbid you to do this, but I enjoy your company so much that my desire for your association only increases. I ordered Sri Nityananda Prabhu not to leave Bengal, but he has transgressed my order and come to see me. What can I say? Out of his causeless mercy upon me, Advaita Acharya has also come here. I am indebted to him for his affectionate behavior. This debt is impossible for me to liquidate. All my devotees come here just for me. Leaving aside their homes and families, they travel by very difficult paths to come here in great haste. There is no fatigue or trouble for me, for I stay here at Nilachal, Jagannath Purī, and do not move at all. This is the favor of all of you. I am a mendicant and have no money. How can I clear my debt for the favor you have shown me? I have only this body, and therefore I surrender it unto you. Now, if you wish, you may sell it anywhere you like. It is your property. When all the devotees heard the sweet words of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, their hearts melted, and they began to shed incessant tears. Catching hold of his devotees, the Lord embraced them all and began to cry and cry. Unable to leave, everyone remained there, and 5 to 7 more days thus passed by. Advait Prabhu and Lord Nityanand Prabhu submitted these words at the lotus feet of the Lord. The entire world is naturally obligated to you for your transcendental attributes. Yet, you bind your devotees again with your sweet words. Under these circumstances, who can go anywhere? Want to read? You want? I am happy, but you want to read? I want to share this nectar. Come. I'll sit with you though, okay? Yes.
Text 80. Then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu peacefully calmed them all and bade each of them farewell. Text 81. The Lord specifically advised Nityananda Prabhu, you should not come here again and again. You will have my association in Bengal. Text 82. The devotees of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began their journey crying, while the Lord remained morosely at his residence. Text 83. The Lord bound everyone by his transcendental mercy. who can repay his debt for the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 84. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the fully independent personality of Godhead and makes everyone dance as he likes. Leaving his company, therefore, all the devotees return to their homes in different parts of the country. Text 85. As a wooden doll dances to the will of the puppeteer, everything is accomplished by the will of the Lord. Who can understand the characteristics of the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Text 86. The previous year, Jagannath Paṇḍita, following the Lord's order, had returned to the city of Nadia to see Sachimata. Text 87. When he arrived, he offered prayers at her lotus feet and then offered her the cloth and prasadam of Lord Jagannatha. Text 88. He offered obeisances to Sachimata in the name of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and informed her of all the Lord's submissive prayers to her. Text 89. Jagannatha's coming pleased Mother Sachi very much. As he talked of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, she listened day and night. Text 90. Jagannatha Paṇḍita said, "My dear mother, sometimes the Lord comes here and eats all the food you have offered." Text 91. After eating the food, the Lord says, "Today, mother has fed me up to my neck." Text 92. I go there and eat the food my mother offers, but she cannot understand that I am eating it directly. She thinks that this is a dream. Text 93. Sachimata said, "I wish Nimai would eat all the nice vegetables I cook. That is my desire." Text 94. Sometimes I think that Nimai has eaten them, but afterwards I think that I was only dreaming. Text 95. In this way, Jagannatha Paṇḍita and Mother Sachi talked day and night about the happiness of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Text 96. Jagannatha Paṇḍita met all the other devotees in Nadia. They were all very happy to have him present. Text 97. Jagannatha Paṇḍita thereafter went to meet Advaita Acharya, who also was very happy to have him. Text 98. Vasudeva Datta and Murari Gupta were so pleased to see Jagannatha Paṇḍita that they kept him at their homes and would not allow him to leave. Text 99. They heard confidential narrations about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu from the mouth of Jagannatha Paṇḍita and forgot themselves in the great happiness of hearing about the Lord. Text 100. Whenever Jagannatha Paṇḍita went to visit a devotee's house, that devotee immediately forgot himself in great happiness. Text 101. All glories to Jagannatha Paṇḍita. He is so favored by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that anyone who meets him thinks, now I have gotten the association of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu directly. Text 102. Jagannatha Paṇḍita stayed at the house of Sivananda Sena for some time, and they prepared about 16 seers of scented sandalwood oil. Text 103. They filled a large earthen pot with the aromatic oil, and with great care, Jagannatha Paṇḍita brought it to Nilachala, Jagannath Purī. Text 104. This oil was placed in the care of Govinda, and Jagannatha requested him, "Please rub this oil on the body of the Lord." Text 105. Govinda therefore told Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Jagannatha Paṇḍita has brought some scented sandalwood oil. Text 106. It is his desire that your lordship apply a little of this oil on your head so that blood pressure due to bile and air will be considerably diminished. Text 107. He prepared a large jug of it in Bengal, and with great care he has brought it here. Text 108, the Lord replied, a sannyasi has no use for oil, especially perfumed oil such as this. Take it out immediately. Purport. According to Raghunātha Bhattacharya, the spokesman for the Smartha regulative principles, Pratasnane Vrute Shraddhe Dwadashyam Grahane Tata Madhya Lepa Samam Tailam Tashma Tailam Vivarjayet. One who smears oil on his body while observing a vow in conjunction with the ritual, while bathing in the morning, while performing the Shraddha ceremony, or on Dwadasi day, may as well pour wine over his body. Therefore, oil should be rejected. This word, vrata, vow, is sometimes understood to refer to the sannyasa vrata. Raghunātha Bhattacharya has also said in his book, Titi Tattva, Gragatam cha sarshapam tailam, yat tailam pushpa vastitam, adustam pakva tailam cha, taila byanke cha nityashaha. This means that clarified butter, ghee, mustard oil, floral oil, and boiled oil may be used only by Grahasthas, householders. Text 109. Deliver this oil to the temple of Jagadānanda, where it may be burned in the lamps. In this way, Jagannatha's labor in manufacturing the oil will be perfectly successful. Text 110. When Govinda informed Jagadānanda Paṇḍita of this message, Jagannatha remained silent, not saying even a word. Text 111. When 10 days had passed, Govinda again told Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, it is the desire of Jagannatha Paṇḍita that your lordship accept the oil. Text 112. When the Lord heard this, he angrily said, why not keep a measure to massage me? Text 113. Have I taken sannyasa for such happiness? Accepting this oil would bring my ruination, and all of you would laugh. Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu declared himself a strict sannyasi. A sannyasi is not supposed to take help from anyone. Retaining a measure to give him massages would indicate his dependence on others. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to follow very strictly the principle of not accepting anyone's help for his bodily comfort. Text 114. If someone passing on the road smelled this oil on my head, he would think me a Dari sannyasi, a tantric sannyasi who keeps woman. Text 115. Hearing these words of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Govinda remained silent. The next morning, Jagannatha went to see the Lord. Text 116. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said to Jagannatha Paṇḍita, my dear Paṇḍita, you have brought me some oil from Bengal, but since I am in the renounced order, I cannot accept it. Text 117. Deliver the oil to the temple of Jagannatha so that it may be burned in the lamps. Thus, your labor in preparing the oil will be fruitful. Text 118. Jagannatha Paṇḍita replied, who tells you all these false stories? I never brought any oil from Bengal. Text 119. After saying this, Jagannatha Paṇḍita took the jug of oil from the room and threw it down before Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the courtyard and broke it. Text 120. After breaking the jug, Jagannatha Paṇḍita returned to his residence, bolted the door and lay down. Text 121. 3 days later, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to the door of his room and said, my dear Jagannatha Paṇḍita, please get up. Text 122. I want you to personally to cook my lunch today. I am going now to see the Lord in the temple. I shall return at noon. Text 123. After Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said this and left, Jagannatha Paṇḍita got up from his bed, bathed and began to cook varieties of vegetables.
Jagadānanda.
Text 124. After finishing his noontime ritualistic duties, the Lord arrived for lunch. Jagadānanda Paṇḍita washed the Lord's feet and gave the Lord a sitting place. Text 125. He had cooked fine rice, mixed it with ghee, and piled it high on a banana leaf. There were also varieties of vegetables placed all around in pots made of banana tree bark. Text 126. On the rice and vegetables were tulsi flowers, and in front of the Lord were cakes, sweet rice, and other prasadam of Jagannath. Text 127. The Lord said, spread another leaf with a helping of rice and vegetables, so that today you and I may take lunch together. Text 128. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu kept his hands raised and would not accept the prasadam until Jagadānanda Paṇḍita, with great affection and love, spoke the following words. Text 129. Please first take prasadam yourself, and I shall eat later. I shall not refuse your request. Text 130. In great happiness, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then accepted the lunch. When he had tasted the vegetables, he again began to speak. Text 131. Even when you cook in an angry mood, he said, the food is very delicious. This shows how pleased Krishna is with you. Text 132. Because he will personally eat the food, Krishna makes you cook so nicely. Text 133. You offer such nectarian rice to Krishna. Who can estimate the limit of your fortune? Text 134. Jagadānanda Paṇḍita replied, he who will eat has cooked this. As far as I am concerned, I simply collect the ingredients. Text 135. Jagadānanda Paṇḍita continued to offer the Lord varieties of vegetables. Out of fear, the Lord said nothing, but continued eating happily. Text 136. Jagadānanda Paṇḍita eagerly forced the Lord to eat so much that he ate 10 times more than on other days. Text 137. Again and again, when the Lord wished to get up, Jagadānanda Paṇḍita would feed him more vegetables. Text 138. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu dared not to forbid him to feed him more. He just continued eating, fearful that Jagadānanda Paṇḍita would fast if he stopped. Text 139. At last, the Lord respectfully submitted, my dear Jagadānanda, you have already made me eat 10 times more than I am used to. Now please stop. Text 140. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu stood up and washed his hands and mouth, while Jagadānanda Paṇḍita brought spices, a garland, and sandalwood pulp. Text 141. Accepting the sandalwood pulp and garland, the Lord sat down and said, now, in front of me, you must eat. Text 142. Jagadānanda replied, my Lord, you go take rest. I shall take prasadam after I finish making some arrangements. Text 143. Rāmacandra and Raghunātha Bhaṭṭa did the cooking, and I want to give them some rice and vegetables. Text 144. Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu then told Govinda, you remain here. When the Paṇḍita has taken his food, come inform me. Text 145. After Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu had said this and left, Jagadānanda Paṇḍita spoke to Govinda. Text 146. Go quickly and massage the Lord's feet, he said. You may tell him the Paṇḍita has just sat down to take his meal. Text 147. I shall keep some remnants of Lord's food for you. When he is asleep, come and take your portion. Text 148. Jagadānanda Paṇḍita thus distributed remnants of the Lord's food to Ramai, Nandai, Govinda, and Raghunātha Bhaṭṭa. Text 149. He also personally ate the remnants of food led by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Then the Lord again sent Govinda. Text 150. The Lord told him, go see whether Jagadānanda Paṇḍita is eating, then quickly return and let me know. Text 151. Seeing that Jagadānanda Paṇḍita was indeed eating, Govinda informed the Lord, who then became peaceful and went to sleep. Text 152. The affectionate, loving exchanges between Jagadānanda Paṇḍita and Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued in this manner, exactly like the exchanges between Satyabhama and Lord Krishna related in Srimad Bhagavatam. Text 153. Who can estimate the limit of Jagadānanda Paṇḍita's fortune? He himself is the example of his own great fortune. Text 154. Anyone who hears about the loving exchanges between Jagadānanda Paṇḍita and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, or who reads Jagadānanda's book, Prema Vivarta, can understand what love is. Moreover, he achieves ecstatic love of Krishna. Purport. The word Vivarta means accepting something to be the opposite of what it appears. Here, Jagadānanda Paṇḍita appeared very angry, but this anger was a manifestation of his great love for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Prema Vivarta is also the name of the book written by Jagadānanda Paṇḍita. Therefore, the author of Sri Caitanya Caritamrita, Krishnadasa Kaviraja Gosvāmī, uses the words Prema Vivarta to refer to one who reads the book or hears about Jagadānanda Paṇḍita's loving dealings with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In either case, such a person very soon achieves love of Krishna. Text 155. Praying at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunātha, always desiring their mercy, I, Krishnadasa, narrate Sri Caitanya Caritamrita, following in their footsteps. Purport. Thus end the Bhakti Vedanta purports to Sri Caitanya Caritamrita, Anthya lila, 12th chapter, describing Jagadānanda Paṇḍita's loving dealings with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Like what?
Pastime with Jagadānanda Pandit and Raghunātha Bhaṭṭa Gosvāmī. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur gives the following. Mataji, you want to read? Sri Bhaktivinoda Thakur gives the following summary of the 13th chapter in his Amrit Prabhava Bhasya. Thinking Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was uncomfortable sleeping on the bark of plantain trees, Jagadānanda made a pillow and quilt for him. The Lord, however, did not accept them. Then Swarup Damodar Goswami made another pillow and quilt from finely shredded plantain leaves. And after strongly objecting, the Lord accepted them. With the permission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Jagadānanda Pandit went to Vrindavan, where he discussed many devotional subjects with Sanatana Goswami. There was also a discussion about Mukunda Saraswati's garment. When Jagadānanda returned to Jagannath Purī, he presented Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with some gifts from Sanatana Goswami, and the incident of the pilu fruit took place. Once, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became ecstatic upon hearing the songs of Devadasi. Unaware of who was singing, he ran toward her through thorny bushes. But when Govinda informed the Lord that it was a woman singing, he immediately stopped. By this incident, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instructed everyone that sannyasis and Vaishnavas should not hear women singing. When Raghunath Bhatt Goswami left Varanasi, on his way to Jagannath Purī, after completing his education, he met Ramdas Vishwas Pandit. Vishwas Pandit was very proud of his education, and being an impersonalist, he was not well received by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. A summary of the life of Raghunath Bhatt Goswami ends this chapter. Let me take shelter at the lotus feet of Lord Gaura Chandra. His mind became exhausted and his body very thin from the pain of separation from Krishna. But when he felt ecstatic love for the Lord, he again became fully developed. All glories to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, All glories to Nityananda Prabhu, all glories to Advaita Acharya, and all glories to all devotees of the Lord. In this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would taste various transcendental relationships of pure love in the company of Jagadānanda Pandit. The unhappiness of separation from Krishna exhausted the Lord's mind and reduced the structure of his body. But when he felt emotions of ecstatic love, he again became developed and healthy. Because he was very thin, when he lay down to rest on the dark bark of plantain trees, it caused him pain in his bones. All the devotees felt very unhappy to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in pain. Indeed, they could not tolerate it. Then Jagadānanda Pandit devised a remedy. He acquired some fine cloth and colored it with red oxide. Then he filled it with cotton from Simula tree. In this way, he made a quilt and pillow, which he then gave to Govinda, saying, "Ask the Lord to lie on this." Jagadānanda said to Swarup Damodar Goswami, "Today personally, please persuade Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to lie down on the bed." When it was time for the Lord to go to bed, Swarup Damodar stayed nearby. But when Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu saw the quilt and pillow, he was immediately very angry. The Lord inquired from Govinda, "Who has made this?" When Govinda named Jagadānanda Pandit, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was somewhat fearful. After asking Govinda to put aside the quilt and pillow, the Lord lay down on the dry plantain bark. Swarup Damodar said to the Lord, "I cannot contradict your supreme will, my Lord, but if you do not accept the bedding, Jagadānanda Pandit will feel great unhappiness." Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, "You might as well bring a bedstead here for me to lie on. Jagadānanda wants me to enjoy material happiness. I am in the renounced order, and therefore I must lie on the floor. For me to use a bedstead, quilt, or pillow would be very shameful." When Swarup Damodar returned and related all these incidents, Jagadānanda Pandit felt very unhappy. Then Swarup Damodar Goswami devised another method. First, he secured a large quantity of banana leaves. He then tore the leaves into very fine fibers with his nails and filled two of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's outer garments with the fibers. In this way, Swarup Damodar made some bedding and a pillow, and after much endeavor by the devotees, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted them. Everyone was happy to see the Lord lie down on that bed, but Jagadānanda was inwardly angry and externally he appeared very unhappy. Formally, when Jagadānanda Pandit had desired to go to Vrindavan, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had not given his permission, and therefore he could not go. Now, concealing his anger and unhappiness, Jagadānanda Pandit again asked Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for permission to go to Mathura. With great affection, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "If you are angry with me, when you go to Mathura, you will merely become a beggar and criticize me." Grasping the Lord's feet, Jagadānanda Pandit then said, "For a long time I have desired to go to Vrindavan. I could not go without your Lordship's permission. Now you must give me permission and I shall certainly go there." Because of the affection for Jagadānanda Pandit, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would not permit him to depart. But Jagadānanda Pandit repeatedly insisted that the Lord gave him permission to go. Jagadānanda then submitted a plea to Swarup Damodar Goswami. For a very long time he said, "I have wanted to go to Vrindavan. I cannot go there, however, without the Lord's permission, which at present he denies me. He says, 'You are going because you are angry at me.' Naturally, I have desired to go to Vrindavan. Therefore, please humbly request him to grant his permission." Thereafter, Swarup Damodar Goswami submitted this appeal at the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Jagadānanda Pandit intensely desired to go to Vrindavan. He begs for your permission again and again. Therefore, please permit him to go to Mathura and then return. You permitted him to go to see Mother Sachi in Bengal, and you may similarly permit him to go to Sri Vrindavan and then return here. At the request of Swarup Damodar Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu granted Jagadānanda Pandit permission to go. The Lord sent for him and instructed him as follows: "You may go as far as Varanasi without encountering disturbances, but beyond Varanasi, you should be very careful to travel on the path in the company of the Kshatriyas. Purport. In those days, the path from Varanasi to Vrindavan was infested with robbers, and therefore there were Kshatriyas to protect travelers. As soon as the plunderers on the road see a Bengali traveling alone, they take everything from him, arrest him, and do not let him go. Purport. Bengalis are generally not very stout and strong. Therefore, when a lone Bengali traverses the roads of Bihar, the plunderers on the road capture him, rob all his belongings, and kidnap him for their own service. According to one opinion, the Raghs of Bihar known very well that Bengalis are intelligent. Therefore, these thieves generally force the Bengalis into service requiring intelligence and do not allow them to leave. When you reach Mathura, you should remain with Sanatana Gosvāmī and offer respectful obeisances to the feet of the leading men there. Do not mix freely with the residents of Mathura. Show them respect from a distance. Because you are on a different platform of devotion service, you cannot adapt the behavior and practices. Purport. The residents of Vrindavan and Mathura are devotees of Krishna in parental affection, and their feelings always conflict with the opinions of Smarta Brahmanas. Devotees who worship Krishna in opulence cannot understand the parental devotional feelings of the residents of Mathura and Vrindavan, who follow the path of spontaneous love. Devotees on the platform of Vidhi Marg, regulative devotional principles, may misunderstand the activities of those on the platform of Raga Marg, devotional service in spontaneous love. Therefore, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instructed Jagadānanda Pandit to remain apart from the residents of Vrindavan who were spontaneous devotees so as not to become disrespectful toward them. Visit all 12 forests of Vrindavan in the company of Sanatana Gosvāmī. Do not leave his association for even a moment. You should remain in Vrindavan for only a short time and then return here as soon as possible. Also, do not climb Govardhan Hill to see the Gopal deity. In the Amrit Prabhava Bhasya, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur advises that one avoid remaining in Vrindavan for a very long time. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds contempt. If one stays in Vrindavan for many days, he may fail to maintain proper respect for its inhabitants. Therefore, those who have not attained the stage of spontaneous love for Krishna should not live in Vrindavan very long. It is better for them to make short visits. One should also avoid climbing Govardhan Hill to see the Gopal deity. Since Govardhan Hill itself is identical with Gopal, one should not step on the hill or touch it with his feet. One may see Gopal when he goes elsewhere. Inform Sanatana Gosvāmī that I am coming to Vrindavan for a second time and that he should therefore arrange a place for me to stay. After saying this, the Lord embraced Jagadānanda Pandit, who then worshipped the Lord's lotus feet and started for Vrindavan. Read more. He took permission from all the devotees and then departed. Traveling on the forest path, he soon reached Varanasi. When he met Tapan Mishra and Chandrasekhara in Varanasi, they heard from him about the topics concerning Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Finally, Jagadānanda Pandit reached Mathura, where he met Sanatana Gosvāmī. They were very pleased to see each other. After Sanatana Gosvāmī had taken Jagadānanda to see all 12 forests of Vrindavan, concluding with Mahavan, the two of them remained in Gokul. They stayed in Sanatana Gosvāmī's cave, but Jagadānanda Pandit would go to a nearby temple and cook for himself. Sanatana Gosvāmī would beg alms from door to door in the vicinity of Mahavan. Sometimes he would go to temple and sometimes to a Brahmana's house. Sanatana Gosvāmī attended to all of Jagadānanda Pandit's needs. He begged in the area of Mahavan and brought Jagadānanda all kinds of things to eat and drink. One day, Jagadānanda Pandit, having invited Sanatana to nearby temple for lunch, finished his routine duties and began to cook. Previously, a great sannyasi named Mukunda Saraswati had given Sanatan Gosvāmī an outer garment. Sanatan Gosvāmī was wearing this cloth bound about his head when he came to Jagadānanda Pandit's door and sat down. Assuming the reddish cloth to be a gift from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Jagadānanda Pandit was overwhelmed with ecstatic love. Thus he questioned Sanatan Gosvāmī. Where do you get that reddish cloth on your head? Jagadānanda asked. Sanatan Gosvāmī replied, Mukunda Saraswati gave it to me. Hearing this, Jagadānanda Pandit immediately became very angry and took a cooking pot in his hand, intending to beat Sanatan Gosvāmī. Sanatan Gosvāmī, however, knew Jagadānanda Pandit very well and was consequently somewhat ashamed. Jagadānanda therefore left the cooking pot in the stove and spoke as follows. You are one of the chief associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Indeed, no one is dearer to him than you. Still you have bound your head with a cloth given to you by another sannyasi. Who can tolerate such behavior? Sanatana Goswami said, My dear Jagadānanda Pandit, you are greatly learned scholar, greatly learned saint. No one is dearer to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu than you. This faith in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu quite befits you. Unless you demonstrate it, how could I learn such faith? My purpose in binding my head with the cloth has now been fulfilled because I have personally seen your uncommon love for Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Jai. Jai. Give it 60.